Good evening, Tiger fans. I'm Brian Yanselson, and I'm joined by Luke Terry. Ahead of tonight's series finale between the Bulldogs and the Tigers, Trinity is taking some time to remember a legend. Bob Message became an assistant basketball coach and pitching coach at Trinity in 1999. Message passed away in 2002, and tonight the baseball team is honoring the 20th anniversary of his death. Message joined Trinity just after Tim Scannell had taken over as head coach for the Tigers. We want to begin tonight's tribute with Scannell sharing how he first met Coach Message.
Yeah, hard to believe that it's been 20 years since we lost Coach Message. Just an amazing, amazing man. Everybody has been so touched by the recollection of what Coach meant to all of us. But for me, there's some great things. And the first one would be way back at the beginning. We're running practice. I'm a younger coach, and I got a guy looking in on our field, and I don't like it. I don't know who he is. And I've got that young coach paranoia, and I don't like it. And I keep walking by him, and he tries to talk to me, but I let my true Boston roots come out, and I just blow him off for about 3 consecutive days. And then fast forward maybe a week, I'm getting a drink of water, and I look into the gym, and there's Bob Message helping out the basketball team as a volunteer assistant coach. And he's not just helping them out, he's down low banging and bumping kids and just really beating on them in the block and teaching them. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, this guy's tough as nails. Look how much he cares. Look how good he is. And sure enough, by fate, we run into him, and he asked, "You sure you don't want to help? I got time." And I said, "You know what? After what I saw you do with hoops, yeah, I would love for you to come out." And so the rest is kind of history. Bob had an unbelievable impact on our program, truly immeasurable. But what I always thought later on is he was kind of an angel for me. He was this guy that appeared out of nowhere. And, tragically, he disappeared as well. But what's left is an incredible impact, huge amount of love, and a great connection to their family, who we absolutely adore. So, that will forever be, the first part of who Coach Message is to me.
Message became pitching coach right when current pitching coach Dave Smith was a pitcher here at Trinity. Smith and Message worked remarkably closely together, and Smith shared his final memory of Coach Message.
He knew how to get under your skin. He knew how to make you feel like $1 million. He just seemed to always know the right thing to do to make you in a better mood or a worse mood, which was actually what you needed at the time. My senior year, we finally make regionals. Again, my freshman year, we didn't even know what regionals were, at least I didn't. And for the first time, we're going to regionals my senior year. And I'm throwing the second game of regionals. And so the day we get there for practice, it's my bullpen day. And I'm stoked. I'm fired up. Like, I get to play baseball in May, regionals, we win this, we go to the World Series type thoughts. And so I'm focused. I'm fired up. And so I'm warming up, I get ready, I go in the pen, and I throw about 5 pitches, and he's screaming at me. He's yelling at me. He's like, "You're not focused." And I'm like, "Coach Message, I beg to differ. Like, this is a really big deal. Like, of course I'm focused." And so I throw a couple more pitches, and he just starts screaming again. He goes, "Get the F out of my bullpen." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like, I'm just trying to get my pen in for my start." He's like, and he just kicks me out of the pen. And so I go out in the outfield and I shag balls for a while, and I am beyond fuming pits. Like, I've never focused more for a pen in my life. I'm ready. I'm good. And what is his problem? Like, he didn't really coach us in pens. He, if you weren't focused, he'd yell at you. But he was just there. You always, maybe one nugget a pen, if that. It's just more. He enjoyed being a part of it. So for him to get involved in the pen was already frustrating, and then to kick me out of the pen was over the top. And I'm just in outfield by myself, pissed off, sit there for 10 minutes, and then now my brain goes back to, I gotta get ready for my start. So screw this guy, I'm going in there and throw my pen. And I go in there, I finish my pen, and was pissed off the whole time. Don't even know what kind of pen I threw, because the whole time I was just pissed off, wondering why he had to be an a-hole about my bullpen. And it's been 20 years and I still get to basically wonder what his intentions were, because again, he passed away 2 days later, and I'll never know. But knowing him, it was maybe I was too focused, maybe I was overdoing it, maybe he was just trying to save my energy and my bullets, or maybe he was just being Coach Message and just wanted to screw with me, and it worked. It was awesome. So again, never will know why, but I'll never forget it either. And that's kind of the impact he always had. When he did things, they were things you just would never forget.
Joe Brown, a former Tiger pitcher, also shared his last memory with Coach Message at the same regional in Georgetown.
My name is Joe Brown, and I was lucky enough to play for Coach Message in 2002. While I have an abundance of great memories from my time playing baseball at Trinity, one of my favorite memories was my last memory with Coach Message. Unfortunately, I was only able to share 1 year on the field with Coach Message, but it only took 1 year for him to leave an everlasting impression on my life. My last memory was with him at 2002 at the regionals at Southwestern. I just finished pitching 4 innings in relief after Mike Kelly got hurt. I came out after the 8th, we had a lead, and this was to help save me for the next day or the day after, whenever I was needed. So after the big win, we celebrated for a bit, and then started to pack up our things to get on the bus and head back. But as is customary, after pitching, I had some polls to run. And about halfway through the number of polls I had to run that day, based on the number of innings I pitched, the lights just turned out. So I thought I was done running and started to head back in. I was not 2 steps from the foul line when I was met by Coach Message sternly telling me, "You're not done, keep running." So as I finished running my poles in the dark, with each pole I finished, Coach Message was waiting there for me at the foul line, right by the pole, letting me know how many I had left. Now, to an onlooker who didn't know Coach Message, they might have thought I was in trouble for some wrongdoing. And only after I finished running did his demeanor change when he threw one of his big paws on my shoulder, pulled me in for a big hug, and told me, "Great work tonight, now let's go get on the bus." As much as a tough outward appearance he may appear to have, it was his love and compassion for his players that I remember the most.
The Tigers won the first game of that Southwestern Regional on Thursday, and Smith was then scheduled to pitch on Friday. As the team got ready to head to the field, Coach Message was nowhere to be found. Smith was asked to go to Coach Message's room, where Smith found that Message had passed away in his sleep due to a heart attack at the age of 45. Smith then had the burden of telling Coach Scannell and the rest of the team. Somehow, Smith had to find a way to pitch that very same day, which he remembers vividly.
The game gets moved back 3 hours, and now it's real. We're going to play this game, and one of the dads, he asked me if I need anything. Of course, pitching coach normally tries to provide for the pitcher before the game if they need something, and I was honestly comfortable there. I felt like I'm prepared. I know what to do. Warm up, national anthem in the bullpen, and to me that was a really tough moment. A lot of times he was, by my side during that moment. So I think I broke down then, but we go out and bottom of the first inning, pitch. Really, most games could recap the entire inning. This one was kind of tough. But I remember getting the third out and then going to sit down, and that's when I lost it. My tail hit the bench, and I was just done. Like I just started bawling, And for me, that was basically 8 innings of that. Was pitch, sit down, cry, try to get the energy to go out there and do it again. And one of his big things was always, with 2 outs, you could hear his booming voice. He'd have different things he'd say, but go get the last one would be an example. And so I remember one inning hearing, just knowing it was 2 outs, and then kind of hearing it, but not actually him being there. And that was still a tough moment. So, but he had a way of just making you focus more, compete more, and always kept you on your toes too. So.
Everyone who interacted with Coach Message was impacted by him in some positive manner. Doc Beeman, a fellow assistant coach with Coach Message, and Jason Armstrong, a former infielder for the Tigers, both reflected on what they remember most from their time with Coach Message.
I'd have to say my favorite memory of Coach Message is actually on a picture day, believe it or not. I remember he was smiling ear to ear in his individual picture, and as the young, hungry, tough coach, I said, "Man, why would you smile in that picture?" And he said, "I'm a baseball coach. Why wouldn't I smile?" And I spent the next 15 years of my career understanding what he meant by that. I only wore 2 numbers during my coaching career, and one was 14 and one was 41. And I reserved 41 for the last home game of every year. I wore it one day just so I could tell that story to my team, so they can understand that it's okay to smile as a college baseball coach or a college baseball player. And it is a game. It is fun. And thank Coach Message for reminding all of us of that.
More than any single story that I have about Coach Message, I think what I will always remember about him was just his overwhelming love and support for his players, the families, and the program. I think he always put his players first and foremost. And as a young 18 to 22-year-old baseball player, playing in an environment where it's so easy to lose faith in your own abilities and doubt yourself as a baseball player, I think you always knew that Coach Message believed in you, a lot of times even more so than you believed in yourself. So I know for me in particular, there were a lot of highs and lows, but I never once wavered thinking that Coach Message wasn't there to support me or give me a big bear hug, regardless as to whether I succeeded or didn't succeed on the field. And I think that's the legacy that he'll always have with me. And I'm so appreciative of the 2 years that I got to play for him, because I have no doubt that in those 2 years, he made me not only a much better baseball player, but in life after baseball, I've become a much better friend, a much better son, a much better father, a much better husband, just from knowing him.
Bill Armstrong, Jason's dad, believes Coach Message had a tremendous impact on his son. He spoke about what he could tell about Coach Message as a parent on that team.
Hi, everyone. On behalf of my wife, Mickey, and I want to tell you how thankful and how humbled we are to be asked by Trinity University Baseball, and Coach Scannell to provide a small participation in the wonderful celebration of the life of Bob Message. There's little doubt that the biggest influences in our son's baseball experience came from 2 people in the baseball program at Trinity University. Tim Scannell, the head coach, is the first. Tim knows how thankful we are. He took a risk on a wiry, skinny kid from California. He worked tirelessly, and Tim succeeded. Perhaps the greatest attribute of Coach Scannell is the way he has transitioned himself with our son, so that he is still recognized as the, quote, coach, close quote, but he is now also a, quote, best friend, close quote. The other Trinity coach is Bob Message. Bob was a giant of a man. In his mid-40s, he moved from Great Falls, Montana to San Antonio, Texas, and became a volunteer coach. His love for baseball and his players was unmatched. Bob coached for no salary, and when our son was a freshman, Bob convinced him he could play with any middle infielder in the Big 12 and worked tirelessly before and after practice, hour upon hour during his freshman year to develop his skills and instill that confidence. When I watched our son's very first college game at Emory University, I remember turning to my wife and telling her that I did not even recognize him because he had changed and improved so much. My very last memory of this treasured man is him engulfing our son in his huge arms and hands in a bear hug following the winning game of the 2002 NCAA Regional in Georgetown, Texas. I later learned that in that hug, he had told our son how proud he was of him, and it was the best game he had ever seen him play. When we awoke the next morning, May 17, 2002, anxious to the field, we were all jolted to reality and learned that our treasured friend and coach passed away during the night. As the team sat in the chapel and told stories about Bob, one player confided that he had had a few struggles and missteps. Needless to say, it was Bob who stepped in, supported him, and apparently gave him a card with a poem about the dash. With your indulgence, I will include it here. To me, to my wife, to our son, it says everything about anyone who would ever need to know about this beloved, generous, and giant man and his life, and what he meant to our son and what he meant to so many sons during that period of time. The dash. I read of a man who stood to speak at the funeral of a friend. He referred to the dates on the tombstone from the beginning to the end. He noticed that first came the date of birth and spoke the following date with tears. But he said what mattered most of all was the dash between those years, for that dash represents all the time that the person spent alive on earth, and now only those who love that person know what that little line is worth. For it matters not how much we own, the cars, the house, the cash. What matters most is how we live and love and how we spend our dash. So think about this long and hard. Are there things you'd like to change? For you never know how much time is left that can still be rearranged. If we could just slow down enough to consider what's true and real and always try to understand the way other people feel, and be less quick to anger and show appreciation more and love the people in our lives like we've never loved before. If we treat each other with respect and more often wear a smile, remembering that this little dash might only last a while. So when your eulogy's being read with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about you and how we spent our dash? God so very much blessed our son and so many sons when he provided each of them the opportunity to be part of the dash in the life of Bob Message. Thank you so much.
Kenneth Sharp, an outfielder for the Tigers, and Adam Frey, a pitcher for the Tigers, share some additional stories about Coach Message from their time at Trinity.
So, I can't believe it's been 20 years since, 2002 and that regional tournament and Coach Message. But thinking back on that and all the things about that, couple things kind of stick out in my mind that I remember. First thing is that Coach Message, whenever he'd be working with you on the mound, trying to kind of tell you how to do things, and he'd sometimes get a little frustrated, and then he would say, no, you got to do it just like this. And he would do that, and I always thought it was kind of funny because, it was hard for me to emulate that and be able to do it the way that he wanted us to. But then what was really funny about it is then you'd be running the outfield or throwing or whatever, and you'd look over and you'd see him do the exact same thing for somebody else, and He was always just trying to do whatever he could. He saw it in his mind as what he wanted to get us to do, but it was just hard for us to do it. But he did everything he could to try to help us in every way he could. Another thing I remembered that was kind of funny is as freshmen, we were on the team and everything, and we traveled everywhere. There was about 8 or 9 of us. We traveled all over, all the different places we went. And that was kind of uncommon, I think, for Trinity baseball, but any baseball team really in college. And there was, it was Brent Banholzer and Houston O'Connor and David Lottholtz, obviously Chris Ashmose, Kyle Mahalski, Matt Haas, and I'm sure I'm maybe forgetting somebody else. Mike Perez was there, myself. I'm sure there's maybe 1 or 2 more. We traveled all over, and he had a little name for us. So we had a little club that he kind of invented for us to help us get, excited and riled up for the game. I'll reserve the name that he used for another time rather than say it in this time. But the last thing is I really remember is no matter what you did, if you came off the field, you had a good outing or something, he'd be so proud of us. He'd just run up and he'd just bear hug you, pick you up off the ground, let you know how much he cared and how proud he was of you because you had done well. So that was Coach's message for me, and thinking back, miss him, and he was a big part of all of our lives.
Wow, 20 years, and just such an honor to be able to memorialize Coach's message. I'm Kenneth Sharp, played Trinity baseball from 99 to 2003, and Coach's message came into our life. He's I said legend, but like the legend of Bagger Vance. I don't know if you ever watched that movie or not, but he came in riding in a locksmith truck, and impacted our lives, made us better, made us grow up, and left way too soon, but made a huge impact on our lives. For the 3 years that we had the opportunity to have him in our lives, just a mountain of a man who brought so much love and joy and even a little fear at times of just because he was a huge man, but he was a huge man with a huge hug and a huge handshake, and just made a huge difference for sure. I remember several stories, and just the story of this, one of the stories is just watching. I can visualize just his face and his laughter and the joy that he had hitting Fungo in the outfield, trying to hit it just far enough that we couldn't get it and we couldn't chase it down, and he made us better. And I think the one thing though that really sticks out to me is I was a freshman and had an opportunity to start in center field, and my first at bat was terrible, second at bat was terrible. Third at bat, I was about to go up, and I noticed that my name was circled on the lineup card, and I think Coach's message has something to do with allowing me to have that third at bat, and I don't know for a fact, I just believe it, and came up, my third at bat, hit a line drive off the scoreboard in left field to put us up in the 8th inning. And came off the field, circled the bases, came off the field, and there he was in the dugout, just a huge hug, and picked me up, and he looked at me and he said, "Man, child, you're half man, half amazing." And that just speaking into me as a freshman, as an 19-year-old kid, just really made a huge difference. Just the example that he left. And now that I'm a dad of 3, of being able to speak into our kids and to challenge them, but to always have that support, that love, and then the kind word. And I think those kind words carried me through the rest of our career. And I remember the day that he passed, and we did a memorial after our game, and it was the first time I'd ever heard the poem "The Dash." And it's just an honor to be able to share 3 years of his dash, and to have our 3 years of my dash to overlap. And just what an incredible impact he's made on the program, incredible impact that he's made in all of our lives long term. And to the Message family, thank you. Thank you for sharing his life with us, making us better, making the program better. And he is a legend, and that legend will continue on through Trinity baseball. And just blessed by his life, his love, and the Message family. Thank you.
Sharp was an outfielder, yet, as pitching coach, Message still impacted him. Dash Kohlhausen, a first baseman, sent us a similar note. Kohlhausen says calling him a pitching coach does him a disservice, because he helped everyone and would do anything for anyone on the team. That could mean throwing batting practice or hitting ground balls. As Kohlhausen says, he truly put players first.
Our next words come from Corey Cassell, a former Tiger who wrote a letter that he wanted us to share with everyone. To the family of Coach Message, my name is Corey Cassell, and I was at Trinity from 1997 through 2002. I recently had the honor of being asked to record a video with my thoughts about Coach Message as we approach the 20th anniversary of his passing. Over the past 20 hours, I have sat in front of the computer 5 or 6 times, each time unsuccessful in pressing record, much less saying something coherent. Couldn't do it, frozen. I hope this letter will suffice. I have always had a terrible memory, particularly when it comes to details, specifics, etc. We became a bit of a joke when I was playing. I wouldn't remember what pitch I hit, what the count was when I hit it, or the tendencies of a pitcher I had faced 20 times. To this day, I couldn't tell a story about any game or at-bat from 20 years ago with any specificity. Those details didn't get saved for some reason. But I remember people, teammates, coaches, trainers, and I most definitely remember Coach Message. As with other things, I do not recall a lot of specifics. I'm not sure when, how, or why Coach wound up on the Trinity coaching staff, and my memory of him is not based on specific events or stories. Rather, I remember where he was most of the time, stationed along the fence somewhere between the outfield end of the dugout and halfway between the dugout and the bullpen, and that I always seemed to wind up out there talking baseball or life or both. I tore 2 ligaments in my knee in the fall of my senior year, being an idiot at practice. That turned out to be a blessing in several ways. Mom was going through chemo, so she didn't have to miss any games. I got to play a 5th year and be the old guy leading a young team, including Chris Oshmos, and I got to spend a lot more time down the line with Coach getting yelled at for being lazy with my rehab, and learning about baseball and life. I was the old man in my 5th year, 23, hobbling around with a bum knee, about to get married and trying to figure out how to be a leader for a bunch of young guys. Unfortunately, I wasn't very good that year, just couldn't ever really put it together. Sometime early in the season, Coach helped me find something that I could contribute. Get on base via extended at-bats or getting hit. Grinding it out became my main contribution that year, and Coach pushed me towards that approach every day and at-bat. A spoiled slider with 2 strikes was worthy of 2 clenched fists from Coach as if I had parked one. I'm not sure how many times I got hit that year, but it was a lot, and Coach seemed to get a kick out of it every time. If you can't hit it, wear it. Not an exact quote, I'm sure, but close enough. The grind mentality has stuck with me. My work is similar to baseball in many ways, more failures than success, so that approach has benefited me greatly. I try to instill that approach in my daughter and in my students, and, although I don't recall specifics, I know that much of what I am saying originated with Coach. I still think about him often. Funny enough, in my mind, he's still down the line holding court. I miss him, and I am grateful that your family allowed him to spend some time with us. He was a great man. Best, Corey. Thank you so much to Corey for those thoughtful words.
20 years after Message's death, Dave Smith continues to serve as the pitching coach for Trinity and constantly thinks of what Coach Message, his pitching coach, taught him.
He just made every form of competition more enjoyable. Taught me a lot about competing. I know there's 2 people in my life. I go back to my high school basketball coach and then, of course, Coach Message. I'm a coach now because of those guys. And I always wanted to make that impact on players, but I don't even know how. I can't imagine. I hope I'm somehow reaching my players at a level that they know I care and generally want the best for them, but I always feel like I'll fall miles and miles short of what he did in terms of reaching kids and getting the most out of them and making them enjoy everything they do that much more. He just, just watching some of the stories that are rolling in, he just touched everybody. It wasn't just that he was a pitching coach. he would throw batting practice and he'd teach guys or talk to them about hitting. I think hitters would tell you it wasn't much as coaching as much as it was just fun. He'd be throwing terrible curveballs and knuckleballs and what he called changeups. He'd take fungos and would look like the worst player on the field, but it was just fun watching him do it. He just made competing more fun, and ultimately that's really the definition of what a coach is supposed to do. And so I definitely think of him often, and when I'm stuck on what to do, it's pretty easy to think, well, what would Coach Message do? And that answer is usually the right answer. So. He would often call me after practice and ask me questions about the other guys on the team, what we could do to help them, what I thought of them as a competitor or a player. But then it was also like mechanical stuff, grip stuff, which I hadn't really thought about it much, so he really challenged me to just kind of start thinking, and then how am I going to present that to that player? He often would tell me, I need you to teach him X or Y or something like that, and I don't think at any point he was trying. I think he just wanted us to get better, and he had moments where he thought maybe it coming from me would be better than coming from him, and so he used me in that sense, but he also then taught me how to be a coach, because I'm now having to think about things that I never would have my junior and senior year, because you're kind of self-focused on what you need to do. And so it's something that I've actually used now with our guys, where I ask them to teach other players on the team certain things, and I think there's a ton of value. You learn a lot more when you coach. I mean, I always remember my first year of coaching, there were so many things that I learned that I wish I'm only 23, I'm 1 year removed. I'm like, man, if I would have known this when I played. And I only learned it from just being forced to have to figure it out as far as coaching goes. And so Coach Message started that concept that we still use today, where I constantly want players to teach other players things, because I think you learn a lot more than just learning the skill that you feel like you know. And because when you have to explain it to someone else that doesn't understand it, now it's getting real of what you know and don't know. And so an amazing part of what he did for me that I don't even think was intentional at all. I just think he just cared about our program, all the individuals in our program, and he was going to use whatever method of trying to help us be the best we could, and that was a tactic he went with.
To conclude this tribute, Coach Scannell shares a few more memories of Coach Message.
So what's remarkable also about Bob is the lessons he left behind. This is this big bear of a man, but he just had this thing about him. He had a ton of wisdom, and he was always unique in the way he shared it, and a lot of great funny things to me. Like back then, kids would dip tobacco, and Bob and I hated it. And he would call them over and ask for a dip, and they'd say, "You don't dip." And he had such a presence. He'd say, "I want a dip, open it up." And when they open it up, he'd knock it out of their hands, and the tobacco would be gone. And he'd say, "Get off that stuff. It's bad for you." So he always had these things, these teaching moments. I remember another great one with Chris Ashmos, one of our all-time great players, a kid who we tragically lost in a car accident, and he hit a home run as a freshman at Millsaps, and Bob put his arm around him and said, "It's not the home run, it's what you do your next at bat. Do you understand that? You have to be focused." And Chris hit a double off the wall, and it was just kind of, again, one of these great teaching moments. And then probably the biggest thing that ever stayed with me, I think about it a ton, is he would tell me, "Mean what you say what you mean." And he would say, it's the hardest thing you do in life, whether it be a relationship, being a dad, being a coach, whatever thing you're in. He would say, that's the hardest thing. Say what you mean what you say. And then I think, too, probably something I think a lot about is the Message kids who are, grown married, incredible parents, incredible families, you know, Cindy, the whole thing. They have such a great, loving family, and Bob was so important in their lives. But there's some great stories that spun out of it. And for me, I had a great seat where I heard the story from Justin's perspective, but I got it first from Bob's. And so Bob and I shared a room on the road, and he had great passion for his family and unbelievable passion for our baseball program and sports in general. And one night, this big beast of a guy is sitting on the edge of his bed. He's in his tighty whities, I remember it, and he's telling me a family story about his son Justin coming home from a date. It might have even been like a first date, and he purposely set the clock to make sure that the kid showed up late, that Justin showed up late. And Cindy said, leave him alone. He got in on time. He said, nope, there's only one clock. It's my watch. And so he nailed Justin with being late, and then he put him on yard duty the next day, where he had to mow the lawn. Only they lived in Montana, so they had a big, wide open backyard, as I remember the story, and he had to do it with scissors, cut clumps of grass with scissors, while Bob drank a cold lemonade. He was tough, but he always had a message. He always had this wisdom, and I probably didn't do that story service, but the kids know that story, and they'll get a kick out of it. So, forever Bob is part of this program. We miss him dearly, but my God, his impact is unbelievable.
Thank you so much to everyone who sent in their words to speak about Bob Message. The impact he has had on this Trinity baseball program is impossible to quantify, but hearing from players and our current Trinity coaches about what he meant to them will help to keep his memory alive forever. We send our best to Coach Message's wife, Cindy, and his 3 children, Jeremy, Justin, and Sari. We will be back for first pitch of Game 3 in about 8 minutes at the top of the hour. Good evening, Tiger fans, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball on Tiger Network. Tonight, the Trinity baseball team is honoring Bob Message, who helped lead the Tigers to their first ever NCAA regional as a pitching coach in 2002. At that regional, Message passed away in his sleep due to a heart attack at the age of 45. We will take a brief moment of silence as we remember Coach Message 20 years after his death. Thank you for that silence. And before we get started for tonight's game, we will have a video of head coach Tim Scannell of Trinity speaking about how he met Coach Message here in San Antonio.
Yeah, hard to believe that it's been 20 years since we lost Coach Message. Just an amazing, amazing man. Everybody has been so touched by the recollection of what Coach meant to all of us. But for me, there's some great things. And the first one would be way back at the beginning. We're running practice. I'm a younger coach, and I got a guy looking in on our field, and I don't like it. I don't know who he is, and I've got that young coach paranoia, and I don't like it. And I keep walking by him, and he tries to talk to me, but I let my true Boston roots come out, and I just blow him off for about 3 consecutive days. And then fast forward maybe a week, I'm getting a drink of water and I look into the gym and there's Bob Message helping out the basketball team as a volunteer assistant coach. And he's not just helping them out, he's down low banging and bumping kids and just really beating on them in the block and teaching them. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, this guy's tough as nails. Look how much he cares. Look how good he is. And sure enough, by fate, we run into him and he asked, "You sure you don't want to help? I got time." And I said, "You know what? After what I saw you do with hoops, yeah, I would love for you to come out." And so the rest is kind of history. Bob had an unbelievable impact on our program, truly immeasurable. But what I always thought later on is he was kind of an angel for me. He was this guy that appeared out of nowhere, and tragically he disappeared as well. But what's left is an incredible impact, huge amount of love, and a great connection to their family, who we absolutely adore. So, that will forever be, the first part of who Coach Message is to me.
Throughout the rest of the night, you will hear more stories about Coach Message and the impact he had on Trinity. In fact, before we started today on the 7 o'clock hour, we shared some of those videos at the beginning of this stream, so you could go back and watch it at any time, starting about 6:15. But for now, we will set you up for Game 3 between the Texas Lutheran Bulldogs and the Trinity Tigers. And Luke, we had quite the finish to last night's game.
Yeah, it was a really, really good one here in San Antonio, Brian. Much more along the lines of what we expected here in this series. It was a game where the Bulldogs grabbed a 3-run lead in the 5th inning. The Tigers struck back quickly, and it was knotted going into the 8th. But I think this Trinity offense really showing what it's capable of here this weekend in a matchup between the top 2 teams in the SCAC standings. A couple of home runs allowed them to pull away by 3 runs. Bulldogs got one back in the top of the 9th, but it wasn't enough. A really great performance, again, across the board from this Trinity team. Offensively, did everything they needed to, and the pitching staff put together a really complete performance last night.
It just goes to show how Trinity can find ways to win in multiple fashions, whether it's with the big bats or with some tough pitching in key moments. So now the Tigers will look to pull off the sweep of their rival Texas Lutheran, and Sammy Conti takes the mound, ready to face Blake Capadona, the leadoff hitter for the Bulldogs. And Capadona swings early at the first pitch, sends a fly ball out to left field, and Brian Schaub has that one for the first out of the evening.
Yeah, and much like what we saw from Cappadona in the game last night, another fly ball out. He started the game off really well yesterday, singling the other way, but then next couple of at-bats got under the baseball. See the same thing from him right there, but a really, really nice job from Sammy Conti to start off. One pitch, one out.
Holden Philippus looks at a ball to start his at-bat, and the Bulldogs have scored in inning number 1 on Friday and on Saturday, but they relinquished those leads. So we'll see what they come up with here as Cappadona went swinging early. Now Philippus trying to get something going for the Bulldogs, and it'll be against Sammy Conti, who has done a phenomenal job this year for the Tigers on the mound, often pitching in these final games of series. And his last time out, nothing short of amazing as he gets a strike at the top of the zone. Sammy Conti going 8 innings, allowing just 1 run while striking out 11 against Schreiner up in Kerrville.
Yeah, and he's been a guy in this rotation that really seemed to figure things out before a lot of the other guys. We've talked about Shavana extensively in the past couple of weeks, really since he came into that starting rotation, a position he wasn't in at the beginning of the year. Considering the fact that he has limited starts, the fact that he has 3 complete games, absolutely astounding out of the sophomore pitcher on the mound for the Tigers. But things really got started through Sammy Conti when you look back at that series in Shreveport against Centenary. They drop game 1, they come back in game 2 to even the series up, and then the second game of the doubleheader, it was Sammy Conti who went 8 innings, really established himself as that guy to close out series really, really well.
He really has helped steady the ship, especially in Shreveport when there were some rocky waters for the Tigers, but that was the beginning of this 16-game win streak that the Tigers are now riding. And like you said, in large part thanks to Sammy Conti and the rest of the Tiger pitching staff that has really stepped up against some tough offenses, especially the one of Texas Lutheran. Sammy Conti walked the previous hitter, Holden Philippus, and now goes up against Randy Huerta, the third baseman. Conti, the big lefty out of Boston, Massachusetts, standing at 6'4". Tries to get a breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. Home plate umpire says it missed inside.
Yeah, but a really nice pitch from Conti right there, who, after walking Philippus, looked like he was questionable in regards to his control, but that was a nice breaking ball, similar to a pitch he had already gotten a strike called on earlier in the game. But he comes back with that one that also misses. So now behind in the count to Huerta responding really well in the game last night, going 2 for 4, driving in 2 RBIs. It was a big part of the reason that they were in that one. And a really nice response after he went 0 for 2 in the opener on Friday in that 3-hole for the Bulldogs.
And the start of the at-bat to Huerta, drawing a visit to the mound from catcher Tyler Pettit, just checking in with his starter on the mound. Now Conti ready to go again. Philippus over there at first. Huerta at the plate. Huerta, the first team All-SCAC selection a year ago, looks at ball 4. So back-to-back walks to Philippus and Huerta, and the Bulldogs will bring Joe Jimenez to the plate looking to get ahead early for the 3rd night in a row.
And I know you mentioned it on the broadcast a couple of nights ago, Brian, kind of when you want to be facing Jimenez, trying to get him up to the plate in situations where you don't have any runners on ahead of him. Those 2-out situations, no one on base, or if he's leading off the inning, making sure no one is on base ahead of him, really, really important because of the fact that he has an approach, one that's established. Even though we've only seen him in 2 games here this weekend, it's easy to tell that he wants to get out in front of the baseball, pull it to left field, and try and take advantage of some of his power.
He pulls it to left field right here on the ground. Schaub will come up throwing. The throw cut off, though, not going to make it home as Philippus scores the first run of the night for the Bulldogs. Joe Jimenez, the RBI machine, comes through in the first.
Yeah, and that's really what happens when a pitcher struggles to find the strike zone. Obviously, in that at-bat against Jimenez, Conti goes up 0-1 early, but that second pitch really a fastball over the heart of the plate, going to cost you when you're facing a hitter that good.
And this heart of the Bulldog order full of hitters who are that good. Jimenez followed up by Tyler Post, who showed his power on Friday night, drove one out of here to the opposite field over that left field scoreboard. Yesterday went 0 for 4. Still was able to drive in a run, though, and draw a walk. Runners off with the pitch, and then they retreat back to their bag. So Huerta showing the motion, but then making his way back to second.
Yeah, just a good way to apply a little bit of additional pressure on the pitcher. You can hear on the crowd mics, the dugout, the defenders in the field for Trinity, making sure they communicate with Conti on the mound. As Post gets under that one, lifts it to short right field. Colt Harris will drift and make the play. Looks like that one was dropped on the transfer. That's exactly what the call will be. So runners will remain at first and second right there.
An adventure of a pop fly off the bat of Post. You saw Harris struggling to get underneath it. Ultimately did before that bobble on the transfer. But the wind once again picking up 18 miles per hour tonight. It was above 20 on Friday. No, there's a storm blowing in that should arrive tomorrow. Hopefully we will get all of this action in before that. Huerta this time is off with the pitch. He's trying for third, and he's going to be called out at third. Randy Huerta, the nation's leader in stolen bases, not fast enough to beat the throw of Tyler Pettit and the tag of Jack Wisniewski. So the Bulldogs score one, but they leave an opportunity out there. We'll get a great look at it right here. Pettit ready, fires it to Wisniewski, and the tag placed right on the foot of Huerta to get Conti out of the inning. The Tigers will be coming to bat after this break on Tiger Network. Welcome back to Tiger Network. Like all three nights in this series, the Bulldogs jump ahead, but the Tigers will look to come back once again. They'll have to do it against the senior pitcher from Thorndale, Texas, Logan Fisher. You see his record of 3-0 on the year and 8.05 ERA. And Luke, pitching has been the key this weekend.
Yeah, and we talked about it both in that first game on Friday night and the game yesterday. There were four guys that had really established themselves in this rotation, four guys that had thrown 20 or more innings. Obviously, Birch leading that group with 60 on the season, but those four pitchers on the mound for the Bulldogs did a really, really good job in their ratios this season. Almost 150 innings pitched between them, 155 strikeouts coming into the weekend, 50 walks, right? That's a 3-to-1 ratio. You look at the home runs, 155 strikeouts to just 11 home runs. What the Tigers have done this weekend is just absolutely destroy those ratios. Only 14 strikeouts from this offense for Trinity as opposed to 18 walks and 7 home runs. So more walks than strikeouts for this Tiger offense, and only 2-to-1 in the home run category. And that strikeout ratio as Metz sends that one back up the middle. but it's a ratio that dropped from 15 to 1 strikeouts to home runs to just 2 to 1. So it's this offense for Trinity that's really, really making this pitching staff pay early on this weekend.
Yeah, the Tigers have just absolutely been mashing the baseball. They had 4 homers on Friday night, 3 yesterday, and those walks, like you mentioned, really seeing the ball well, resulting in a lot of the hard contact. And the perfect example of that was Metz, the leadoff hitter, who had drawn 5 walks coming into tonight, but he made some hard contact. Maybe unfortunately for him, hit the mound, maybe the rubber that slowed things down for the second baseman Vasquez, and then Fisher follows it up with a first pitch out on Colt Harris.
Yeah, but similar to what we saw from this offense early on in the game yesterday. Hard contact on the ground, in play consistently. Unfortunately for them, just right at some defenders right now.
First pitch strike to Ezra Gore. And a swing and a miss in the ball, on the ball in the dirt. Gore behind 0-2 to Fisher, who head coach for TLU Rick Hines tells me is a veteran who really has seen it all. Someone who will throw strikes and make the opponent earn their way onto base, won't really allow many walks, and highlighted by those numbers that you talked about, Luke. Tries to go with the breaking ball to get Gore chasing, but Gore lays off. Fisher had a difficult last outing. He allowed 5 runs in 2 innings against the University of Dallas. Right here, Gore. Another ground ball up the middle. This time Jimenez has it at short for the 3rd out. So 3 ground balls for Logan Fisher allow him to go through the top of the Tiger order with ease. We'll take a break on Tiger Network and be back for the second. So while the Bulldogs had taken the lead on Friday and Saturday, they had never left the first inning with that same lead. But tonight on Sunday Night Baseball, they do maintain that 1-0 lead. Logan Fisher was able to retire the Tigers in order, so Conti back on the mound trying to keep the Bulldogs quiet after they plated 1. Blade Strelzik at the plate. Takes the ball high.
Yeah, and Trinity, in the first 2 games of this series, doing a really, really nice job of having an answer for anything that this Bulldog offense could produce. But for the first time, as you mentioned, a shutdown inning, making sure that they come out and put a 0 on the board in the bottom of a frame. So interesting to see how the offense can respond, if they can carry the momentum, try and build that lead just a little bit more.
Yesterday, Strelzik went 0 for 3 at the plate, and then he tried his chance on the mound where he was roughed up a little bit and ultimately took the loss for the Bulldogs. The outfielder and pitcher, who does a little bit of everything, gave up 2 runs that lost the game for the Bulldogs. But he's back in the lineup as he typically is on a daily basis, and he draws a walk here off of Conti to start this inning.
And similar to what we saw from Conti in the top of the first, struggling just a little bit with his command right now, but I think signs of improvement in this inning as he's really found the height of the strike zone. Now I know it's just a matter of trying to get him in between the knees of the catcher, Tyler Pettit, back there. And something that we've seen out of this TLU offense all weekend long has been the willingness to play small ball. As we see Vasquez right there, square around to bunt. It's something that they did yesterday, and it proved successful in scratching some runs across for them.
Here comes the bunt from Vasquez, pushes it to Metz at first. Metz will take a stroll over to first and not force anything trying to chase down Vasquez. The runner does move up Strelzik over to second. One away now in the inning.
But the same thing that I said last night applies again here. Just a good job from Conti to find the strike zone, allow Vasquez to put that one in play. A good job from the Bulldog to make sure that he gets it down the line, ensures that this defense can't take out that lead runner. But for Conti, just a good job to find the strike zone there, make sure that he's taking the out that he's given to help himself out a little bit, and he pumps a strike in right there to start off the next batter.
And that next batter, Carson Drain, and this is the first we've seen of Drain, the sophomore from Brenham, Texas, home of Bluebell ice cream. We'll have to wait for the next delivery. Conti keeping an eye on Strelzik over there. Drain's last appearance was an 0 for 4 against Austin College back on April 8th. So it's been a couple of weeks, but back in the lineup for Game 3. He takes a pitch high for ball 1.
Yeah, and for this Bulldog offense, just trying to find some production out of their DH. Last night, had a little bit of help. It was Sanchez who started as the DH, eventually came in to play some defense, but he went 1 for 4 on the evening. You look back to the Friday opener, Sanchez DHing the entire time, going 0 for 3. So just a combined 1 for 7 across 2 days. As we talked about extensively on the broadcast last night, it's really, for this Bulldog offense, about trying to find a way to get those 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters to be just as productive as those guys that are hitting 1 through 5 in the order.
Drain looks at a breaking ball on the inside corner, strike 3. Big looper from Conti.
And just a great pitch, and I think signs of improvement right here, especially in regards to Conti's release point. Similar to a couple of breaking balls that we saw in that top of the first. And that one just perfectly placed right there. And I want to say the first breaking ball that Drain saw in that at-bat, just not expecting that pitch after a couple of well-located fastballs from Conti.
And really one of those that may not have been a strike exactly where it landed, but since it was a breaking ball that went right through the zone, it was more about where it went through that zone in the umpire's eyes and where it exactly ended up in Pettit's glove. So Conti getting that benefit. And now Dahl with 2 outs, runner on second, swings at a ball way outside. Conti ahead now 0-2.
Yeah, and it looked to be a little bit of a miss right there from Conti, but when you have a miss, that's exactly what you want. That one almost all the way in the opposite batter's box, but Dahl recognizing fastball again, starting his hands, just couldn't hold back on that one.
He swings at a very similar pitch outside the zone, but this time he connects. Dahl slaps it into right field and coasts into second with an RBI double. So Peyton Dahl, the bottom of this Bulldog order, the number 9 hitter, comes through with 2 outs for the second run for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and a really nice swing from Dahl in a situation right there where he's down in the count 0-2. Just great situational baseball. Looked to be another missed spot from Conti. That one, while it was up in the zone, much closer to the plate horizontally. It's a spot you don't want to miss. The hitter's going to be on time with his hands, adjust to the pitch up in the zone. Usually it's going to end up as a barreled baseball, and it's exactly what happened right there.
Dahl's double brings up the top of the Bulldog order, Blake Capadona. Capadona grounds it to the right side. Harris handles it on to Metz for out number 3. And that does it for the second inning, but the Bulldogs do get a run on that double from Peyton Dahl. They are ahead 2-0 here in San Antonio. Tigers with some work to do on Tiger Network. Nathan Brolick back in the lineup from the left side. Took a little bit of a breather yesterday, and I think the Bulldogs were relieved to see Brolick out of the lineup, but then they weren't received any better by his replacement, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian Holloway came into yesterday's affair with the advantage as a right-handed hitter against Longshore, the lefty on the mound for the Bulldogs, but he certainly made them pay yesterday, starting that game off 3 for 3, had a home run to tie it up early on. Just a outstanding performance from Holloway yesterday, and just goes to show all the weapons that this Trinity offense has at its disposal as Brolick comes back into the lineup today with the advantage against a right-handed hitter, hitting .520 on the season.
Just insane numbers. Hard to believe every time you read it off. Every game he's in there, you think he might start to slow down. Pitchers might start to get used to him, but he just keeps raking.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's exactly what we saw out of him on Friday night. Started a little slow, going 0 for 2, but then came back 3 consecutive at-bats, making an adjustment and finding his way on base.
Right here, Fisher able to quiet Brolick's bat for a second. He goes with the looping breaking ball that touches the outside part of the zone a little high, but the home plate umpire liking the location, and Fisher retiring the first 4 Tigers thus far.
Yeah, and a great job from Fisher in the bottom of the first in regards to his approach on the mound. I think what they've seen as a rotation in the first 2 games of the series, the thing you highlight are the 7 home runs that this offense has hit, and it's been in large part because of mistakes and pitches left up in the zone. I know on Friday night, of course, there were a couple of balls that this team, this Trinity offense, was able to get under, put it into the jet stream that pitchers are going to deal with again today, but much more successful. I think that's what we've seen when these pitchers have been able to keep the ball down in the zone. That's what happened in the bottom of the first, with Fisher inducing 3 ground balls that all stayed in the infield.
So 3 ground balls and a strikeout thus far for Fisher. There was a ground ball, but foul straight to the Tiger bullpen. Austin Davison not getting a body on it. So Cedric Bowman with an interesting motion, chasing it down, and then a phenomenal throw as well.
Yeah, a great one. Just great action from Cedric in the bullpen at all times, but another great breaking ball right there from Fisher, this time dropping it in there against Schaub. So 2 consecutive breaking balls that we've seen for punch-outs, one to Brolick standing in that left-handed batter's box, and then one to Schaub standing in as a righty.
Fisher showcasing that breaking ball, and Rick Hines of TLU going out of his way to tell me earlier this week that it is that breaking ball that has really improved for Fisher, especially over the last week or so. Really never seen his breaking ball cutting as much as it has, and you see how it's getting into the strike zone and really fooling the Tiger hitters so far.
Yeah, just has him frozen early on in this one. But two really great pitches. The first one with a little bit more vertical break to Brolick, making sure that it stayed on the outside part of the plate instead of kind of sweeping across the plate into the bat of that left-handed hitter. But then the second time, obviously a little bit more horizontal movement away from the righty and Schaub. Great way to attack him as a hitter, trying to keep the ball on the outside part of the plate.
Ball gets away from Philippus a little bit here, and the umpire coming to replace it, giving the ball to Fisher. Wisniewski at the plate. Wisniewski also got the night off for a little bit yesterday with the lefty on the mound. He did not start, but he did come in late in the game. On Friday, he ended up going 1 for 2, had 2 walks, and of course was hit by a pitch, because you can't miss that. But Wisniewski here batting with 2 outs, nobody on. At the end of this inning, we'll show a video of pitching coach Dave Smith talking about his pitching coach Bob Message. Message that number 41 you see on the mound, Trinity honoring him tonight on the 20th anniversary of his death. And so stay tuned right here to hear from Dave Smith about some of the impact that Coach Message had on him.
He knew how to get under your skin. He knew how to make you feel like $1 million. He just seemed to always know the right thing to do to make you in a better mood or a worse mood, which was actually what you needed at the time.
It's clear from talking to Dave Smith that few people have had more of an impact on him than Coach Message. So when Bob Message came to Trinity in 1999, Dave Smith was here as a pitcher, and his pitching coach was Coach Message, and they worked remarkably closely together, would see each other every day, spend time at the team hotel, and just hearing from Dave and hearing from many of his teammates that we got to see before the game's really been amazing to hear some of these memories.
Yeah, absolutely. And just clear and obvious the type of impression that Coach Message left on those individuals. I think it becomes even more obvious, Brian, when you have the interactions that we've been blessed to have with this team, with this coaching staff, especially Coach Smith, seeing the way he interacts with not only the pitchers, but the hitters on this team, everybody that he involves himself with, very similar to the impression that they talk about Coach Message and the impact that he left.
Absolutely, and we'll continue to show some clips throughout the broadcast from both Coach Dave Smith and some other former Tigers about Coach Message. What's obvious is that this Trinity baseball program, a real family that sticks together, and we've gotten to showcase that already tonight. Turning back to the action here, getting ready for the top of the third. Sammy Conti starts things off with a called strike to Holden Philippus. Philippus came around to score after drawing a walk his first time up. And a big swing lined back into the bricks for strike number 2.
Yeah, and a great job in Conti here, facing Philippus now for the second time this evening as he'll work through this Bulldog order for the second time through. But a great job and a great approach in coming right at Philippus, getting ahead 0-2 in the count after we've seen Philippus struggle at the plate a little bit this weekend. He came into the series with an on-base percentage that was well up over 500, and he's illustrated why. He's reached base via the walk a couple of times. He got on again last night with a double, but it was a difficult play due to the conditions and the wind that's blowing here in San Antonio. But here in this at-bat, a nice job from Conti again with a close pitch right there, but you see Philippus demonstrating and illustrating that plate discipline and awareness that we so often see out of the catchers in this league.
Philippus grounds it up the middle, nearly right off the second base bag. Instead, bounces into center field for a single, so third hit of the evening for the Bulldogs. And for the second consecutive inning, they have the leadoff man on.
Yeah, and I think that's just a result of Philippus and his plate discipline, his plate awareness, laying off that previous breaking ball that was very similar to the first pitch of that at-bat that got called as a strike. Conti ultimately opting to throw one that was maybe a bit too much over the heart of the plate in a count that he was still ahead in. Philippus making him pay right there, and now Conti having to deal with Huerta, who made Tiger pitchers pay last night in situations like this.
Huerta looks at a strike on the outside part of the plate. You see Huerta taking a look at the home plate umpire. Thought maybe that was a little outside. But for Conti, ahead in the count, 0-2. And always a big hitter in front of the real meat of this order, the 4-5 hitters of Jimenez in post. Huerta able to foul that back, stay alive.
What we've seen out of Fisher, at least back in that first inning, was the ability to keep the ball down in the zone. Something that we see out of Conti a lot is his ability to not keep it only down, but in on the right-handed hitters. So certainly a good spot here with a runner on first, no out. If you can do something like that, get where to roll over the top of it, it would be huge, but that's not what he needs as he dots another fastball on the outside part of the plate. Equally as effective if you have that spot working in the repertoire. So a great job punching out Huerta right there after Philippus made him pay with a pitch over the heart of the plate.
Both of Conti's strikeouts have been impressive, hitting the corner of both sides of the plate. First, the inside part, and then on Huerta, that outside corner. And that's what you see from Conti when he's at his best, really able to work both ends, and doesn't matter if it's a lefty or a righty on the mound, just being able to send the ball back and forth makes him so effective. And now Conti will have to go up against Jimenez. Had an RBI single his first time up. Jimenez swings at this one, skies it to right field. Vonderhaar with plenty of room. And that's the second out of the inning. Always a big one when you retire Jimenez.
Yeah, and again, a situation where you have Jimenez up to the plate with a runner on in front of him and less than 2 outs. But again, a nice approach from Conti right here. Trying to stay down in the zone against these hitters. Hitters on both sides, honestly, of this game, of this matchup in this weekend series that have been trying to put the ball in the air. Jimenez ultimately just getting under that one. But love a similar approach to Post right here. Since that pitch that we saw leave the yard, one that I think both of us were shocked to see go out to the opposite field. It's been quiet in this series. Obviously registered that RBI on a sac fly, but hasn't reached base via a hit since that home run.
Post taking a ball on the inside part, taking command of the at-bat, 2-0. Post gets his hands in on that one, but Harris ranges over, gets the out to Metz, and that's out number 3. So a base hit for the Bulldogs off the bat of Philippus to start things off, but Conti works right through the heart of the Bulldog order. Tigers coming to bat, looking to get on the board here tonight. You see the wind blowing out to left center field, but it has not mattered for Logan Fisher, the pitcher on the mound for the Bulldogs, because he's kept the ball on the ground or out of play. 4 ground outs and 2 strikeouts through the first 2 innings. We'll see if Tyler Pettit can change that leading off the third. Pettit swings at the first pitch, and another ground ball. Jimenez collects it on to post. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Yeah, but again, really solid contact from these Tiger hitters on these balls that they've put in play to this point. Arguably making it an even easier play for these infielders when these Trinity hitters are finding that middle third of the baseball. Keeping it on the ground, kind of eliminating all of those nasty hops. But certainly a good sign for these Tiger hitters, not going their way early on, but we've seen approaches like this and results like this translate into really good things later on in games earlier on this season.
Jack Vonderhaar currently at the plate, 1-1 count. It's been a big weekend in San Antonio, senior weekend, honoring the 12 seniors on this roster, and Jack Vonderhaar, one of 3 super seniors in their 5th year. They've been around a while, and they've been hitting a while. Vonderhaar lines this one into right field, but what's remarkable about someone like Vonderhaar is that you would think maybe 5th-year guys, they've been around, they don't need to get a ton of work in, they have the experience, but on Friday, ahead of this big series, Vonderhaar out 5 hours before first pitch. Some private BP with head coach Tim Scannell really working on his swing, and it is paying off. He had a homer last night in the 8th, and right here, a beautiful line drive single into right. Just great to see the effort that these guys put in, no matter if they're 1st year or a 5th year.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vonderhaar, someone coming into today that was hitting over 300 on the season, mark at 303. That home run last night moved that mark to 4 on the year. So he's doing things really, really well. But I'm sure if you talk to him, he's just not going to be satisfied. And that's obviously illustrated in the work that he's putting in ahead of a huge weekend series against Texas Lutheran. I think he's a guy that we've seen continue to improve as the season's gone along, and a couple of more recent series. The bat, and especially that power, is starting to come out for him. We talk consistently. Obviously, this is a team that has 9 strong hitters. You could say that there's more with the guys that are coming off the bench. Those rotations of Holloway and Brolick and Wisniewski, some different guys being in on any given day as Vonderhaar breaks but will return back to first base. Vonderhaar, one of those guys, and he's just continuing to really improve and hopefully catch fire for this Trinity offense at the perfect time this season.
It's a valuable swing from the left side, certainly provides a lot of energy to the bottom of the Tiger order. It must be ridiculous when other teams see a bat like Vonderhaar is hitting 8th. And then you look at who's batting 9th. Michael Montreza had an 0 for 4 yesterday, but he thumped his first home run of his career on Friday. Truly, from 1 to 9 with Montreza now joining the home run parade, anybody can beat you with the long ball or some hard hit balls as Montreza skies it out to right field. Strelzik underneath it. But the offense has been rolling all weekend, a little quiet so far early today.
Yeah, one of the first balls that we've seen this offense get under here today. Still a nice swing from Montreza, an account where he had fallen behind 1-2 to put solid contact on the baseball, put something in play and force this defense to make a play out in the field. But now the second time through the order, this is where you expect the Tigers to start making some real contributions and a real push to get back into this game down 2-0 right now.
Fisher awfully concerned with Vonderhaar over there at first. Jack comes into today with just 2 stolen bases. He hasn't been caught, so he's been successful when he does try it, but not something he does a whole lot. He keeps faking it, though, definitely putting the thought into Fisher's mind. We've seen him start and stop about 2 or 3 times now since he's been over there.
Yeah, but Fisher not seeming too phased on the mound. That last delivery, a nice one. First offering to MJ Metz, just catching that corner down and away. And a second breaking ball right there has Metz swinging out in front.
Metz hit it hard his first time up, but it bounced right off the mound and slowed down enough for Vasquez to collect it at second. Right here, he falls behind 0-2, lays off of a breaking ball outside.
Yeah, not a bad pitch right there, especially after 2 consecutive breaking balls. Maybe you get Metz to recognize that, thinking he could potentially commit to it, but that one just a little bit too far outside the zone. But sets yourself up, if you're Fisher, to come back with really anything.
You can come back with anything, but it has to be a good pitch. Always against Metz, the type of bat that can tie things up in an instant. Even ahead 1-2, Fisher will have to be careful with the senior. Vonderhaar bouncing around, and Metz laying off again. Tough pitches to lay off of, but he's maintaining his good eye. 5 walks on the weekend.
And that another breaking ball, a much more competitive one, as you can tell clearly by the fact that Metz starting his hands on that one. But just too good of a hitter.
Metz with another ground ball. He's bounced it around now to the second baseman and the shortstop, giving equal opportunity to Vasquez and Jimenez. And for Fisher, just the one hit allowed off the bat of Vonderhaar. But other than that, a successful time through the order and then the top once again against Metz. Bulldogs maintain a 2-0 lead heading to the top of the 4th on Tiger Network. Great look there at number 12 and number 41, the 2 retired numbers here at Trinity. And tonight we're honoring number 41, Bob Message. You also see his number 41 behind the mound. We've heard a little bit from Dave Smith about Coach Message during the broadcast, and we'll soon hear about that number 41, a really nice message from Doc Beeman about number 41 that we'll share at the end of the 4th inning. Right here, number 26, Sammy Conti. Ahead 0-2 on Blade Strelzik. And make it strike 3. Conti gets Strelzik looking. And those corners really working for Conti tonight.
Yeah, and that's all 3 pitches in that at-bat right there. The first 2 dotted on that inside part of the plate. Really no opportunity for Strelzik to catch up to those. If you're not starting your hands early, you're not going to get to them. But that third one just absolutely dotted in the perfect position. A spot that we've seen get called as a strike already multiple times in previous innings. That one right there to start off Vasquez in a very similar location, maybe a little bit more up in the zone, but couldn't tempt the second baseman to swing at it right there.
Not only has Conti been a steady presence on the mound in terms of going deep into games and keeping opposing offenses quiet, but it's those strikeouts that have really stood out for the junior from Boston. He comes into today 26th across the entire country with 13 strikeouts per 9 innings. He, along with a couple of other Tiger pitchers, ranking in the top 50, Harrison DeRoe and Corey Cater, joining Conti there. And really, as a staff, it's been impressive. The Trinity pitching staff averaging 11 strikeouts per 9. That's 7th best in D3. And he looks to get another one right here. Vasquez able to foul it off. But with the dotting of the corners, you can see why Conti really counts those strikeouts quickly.
Yeah, it's difficult at this level if you're a hitter to see someone that can consistently hit those spots. I'm not sure Conti's doing it for the sole purpose of going for those strikeouts. It's just incredibly difficult to get the ball up in the air. That's something that I think proves especially useful against teams in a conference like the SCAC, teams that really want to try and utilize that long ball, utilize the power of the hitters that they have. But unfortunate for Conti right there after jumping ahead again with 2 strikes on Vasquez, a hitter in the bottom half of this Bulldog order that's really struggled to put the ball in play this weekend, reaching base via walk right there.
Conti with 3 strikeouts tonight. Does have the 4 walks, however, and 3 hits that have led to 2 Bulldog runs. Carson Drain takes one outside, strike 1. Conti checks on the runner over there, Vasquez. This is a TLU squad that came into today with a record of 25-10, now 14-3 in conference play, falling behind the Tigers. Trying to salvage a victory in tonight's Game 3, avoid getting swept. They earned their first national ranking this week at that number 25 spot, but since then they've lost 3 in a row. They lost midweek to UMHB and now 2 losses in San Antonio. Drain trying to change things for his team, however. He golfs it and sends it out towards the pool. A 2-run homer for Carson Drain. And the Bulldogs double up their lead 4-0 over Trinity.
And just consecutive at-bats for Conti right there where he gets ahead of the hitter. And the same mistakes that he made early on in this game. Those 2 runs were scored by the Bulldogs. Just a mistake, a pitch that's left too far over the heart of the plate. Drain making him pay right there with the long ball. Obviously, based on that replay, not the worst pitch in the world from Conti. Again, keeping it down in the zone. But Drain, as you mentioned, Brian, utilizing a little bit of that golf swing, making sure the barrel goes down as Dahl fouls that next pitch off down the right side. It's something that we talked about on the broadcast last night. At what point do you really feel comfortable, right? When have you grown a lead that's big enough to quiet this Trinity offense? Maybe you feel a little bit better considering the fact that they still have a 0 on the board in that run category, and they've only had 1 hit on the evening, but for the past 2 games have exploded for some pretty hefty scores. Obviously 13 game 1. Thinking back, 14 runs in game 1, 8 that they put up on the board last night, and with the way that they've hit the long ball, utilized the home run this weekend, no lead is really safe against this offense.
I think that's exactly right. Not sure you ever feel comfortable against this Tiger offense, as Conti again spotting it right on the corner, a strikeout on the inside part of the plate. But what you do know about this TLU team is that they won't go away, and they've shown that even after 2 tough losses to start this big series, they're right there. They're going to keep fighting, and it's something Coach Hines told me he's been happiest with from his team. The Bulldogs started this season 0-5, a little bit of a shell shock in Seguin for a program that is so used to success. 7 NCAA tournament appearances, a World Series trip in 2018. But Coach Hines telling me a story of his assistant, Coach Mike Belamovich, suggesting an extra game be played because that fifth loss to start 0-5 against UT Dallas, who is currently ranked in the top 20, things really started to turn around. They saw some signs that they liked from their team, and they wanted to get right back on the field. So that Tuesday, even though they didn't have a game scheduled, Coach Belamovich said, let's play someone. Let's find someone to play. And they found Our Lady of the Lake University. They were able to schedule a game against the Saints at the last minute, and the Bulldogs pulled out a victory, and the rest is history. They have turned things around after that 0-5 start, and they only lost 3 games after they scheduled a last-minute opponent. So that early season example showed that the Bulldogs were willing to fight through some adversity, both on the coaching staff and from the players. And here they're clearly fighting as Cappadona able to keep the inning going, and the Bulldogs building on their lead.
Yeah, I think they showed that fight in yesterday's game as well, ultimately dropping it 8-6, but a great response after only playing 7 innings in the Friday opener, something that not many people would have expected. Obviously a 4-0 advantage here, and runner reaching base because of the error over there at shortstop. Cappadona on base with 2 outs. It's a position where we saw the Tigers do damage in the game yesterday in that 5th inning when they scored 3 runs to even things up again. All of that work came with 2 outs on the board. So great situational hitting and performance from this Trinity offense, but something that this TLU offense could certainly use as well, trying to continue to grow that lead.
Ball outside from Conti to Philippus, who's reached base twice already today, a walk and a single. The Bulldogs did lose some key players, but much of their roster does remain the same as the one that won the SCAC tournament a year ago, defeating Trinity up in Cleburne. And then they made some noise in the NCAA Regional. The Bulldogs lost their opening game to Penn State Harrisburg, but then they beat Adrian and beat Luther. And Adrian, if you don't know, made it to the World Series. Bulldogs ultimately lost to the host Wisconsin Whitewater, but they clearly were willing to hang with some of the best teams in the country, and they're seeking to do much of the same this year. Cappadona caught trying to steal second by Conti with that nice pickoff move. So the Bulldogs ahead 4-0, but the Tigers trying to make their way back into this one after a quick break on Tiger Network. Tiger offense looking to get going here in the bottom of the 4th. They have work to do. Down 4 to TLU. Colt Harris will look to get things going. He takes a ball in the dirt.
Yeah, and right now, at a point in the game, Fisher on the mound, having only thrown 35 pitches to really start to make him work, and a good approach in this at-bat. Harris stepping in there, getting ahead 2-0, despite a couple of pitches that were relatively close to the zone. Teeing off on that fastball, seeing something a little bit more elevated, and I think that's what the Tigers are going to try and wait for. It's what the Bulldogs have done to this point to have success. Conti has found those corners, those bottom corners. He's hit both of them. That's not the pitches that this Bulldog offense has chosen to swing at. They're waiting for those mistakes that Conti has made. Right here, another ball taken low by Harris, so finding himself up 3-1 in this count. Just important to find a way to get base runners on down 4-0.
And the base runner will reach. Colt Harris takes a ball inside, nearly hits him, takes the base anyway, though. Just what the Tigers are looking for, as the 3, 4, 5 hitters now slated to come up. Ezra Gore will take a look at the signs from the third base coach Andrew Waters and then step in, trying to close the gap. Ball in the dirt. You can hear some noise being made by the Tiger dugout. It's been quiet from the dugout so far, but we've seen them make lots of noise this weekend, maybe introducing something we'll see from now on. Maybe not this season since it's our last home game for now, but does the cowboy hat tradition continue that we've seen after these home runs?
I know, and we saw it again last night. Made especially note of it late in the game, that 8th inning, Evan McDonald getting the opportunity to don it. But unfortunately for him, Jack Vonderhaar just homered on the next pitch. And I know certainly difficult to be too upset about things. But just moments after his first home run of the year, it gets robbed of that cowboy hat.
How rude of the Tigers to just hit so many home runs. The man at the plate certainly has hit his fair share of homers. Gore with 4 round trippers this year. (2-0) count to Gore. Harris faking the steal of second. And you can kind of sense things shifting a little bit towards Trinity. Sometimes all it takes is one base runner. Does Gore have the green light on 3-0? Looks like he didn't. Takes one right down the middle.
And a good take from Gore right there. Something that we talked about a lot is in those 3-0 counts. I'm sure the willingness of these Tiger hitters to take a strike, allowing themselves to potentially have the opportunity to swing the bat in subsequent pitches. It's something that paid off for him earlier this season. We saw Brian Schaub hit a home run in a situation like that. But no surprise that after the leadoff walk to Harris, Gore holding on 2 consecutive strikes, but now the opportunity to do some damage and the potential for Harris to be on the move over there at first base as well.
The 3-2 from Fisher. Gore swings at it, sends it to the right side. Great stop by Vasquez to get the lead out at second. Eric Vasquez, full out dive. You'll get a good look at this replay. Saving the ball from going into right field and then somehow getting enough on the throw to get Harris out at second.
And maybe a little bit surprised to not see Harris on the move right there, but unsure how that ultimately affects things. Obviously a great play by Vasquez over there at second base to keep that one in the infield. Comes up throwing. Harris is on the move. I think that he's in there safely, but just not sure if Gore, with his speed on the base path, can put enough pressure on to also reach base safely.
But what a huge play from Vasquez when you consider the noise starting to come from the Tigers dugout, sensing a little bit of momentum, and now the momentum fully in favor of the Bulldogs. Gore picked off at first. Logan Fisher keeping a close eye on the speedy Gore. And now even bigger, Vasquez saved what could have been a first and third situation if that ball dribbles into right field with nobody out. And 2 pitches later, it's nobody on, 2 out. Brolick, though, will make sure to keep the inning alive. He goes down and gets it, sends a single into right. So the average continues to stay above 500 for Nathan Brolick.
Yeah, and a really, really nice swing from Brolick right there. Something that this Trinity offense is going to have to do. You know, we talked about the play of Vasquez a couple of pitches ago, keeping the ball in the infield, but a great job from Fisher in that at-bat after falling behind 3-0 to force Gore to ultimately swing the bat. So it's the same thing that happened right there against Brolick, keeping the ball down in the zone, but Brolick doing a nice job to continue to just pound the baseball, and that time finds a hole on that right side.
Big swing, tipped foul, and looks like it got a piece of the catcher, Philippus. Home plate umpire taking a stroll to the mound to give Philippus a little time to breathe. Maybe right off the hand, too. Schaub with the 1-1 count, wearing number 42. You wouldn't see a Major League Baseball player wearing 42, retired for Jackie Robinson, of course. But here at Trinity, the number you won't see worn anymore, number 41. You see that 41 behind the mound. We showed it to you on the left field wall. Retired and remembered for head coach Bob Message, who Trinity Baseball is honoring tonight, the 20th anniversary of his death in 2002. At the conclusion of this inning, you'll hear from fellow assistant coach Doc Beeman at the time talk about that number 41 and how he's kept it in his life over the last few years. Really a beautiful story, so make sure to stay tuned after this inning. A beautiful way that sports teams remember their best players and their most impactful players and coaches by retiring their number. Really unique.
Yeah, really, really awesome honor. Something that these players are cognizant of every time they step out onto this field here in San Antonio. Obviously, on the mound, that number 41 today, but also out there in left field, something that I'm sure they see and remember quite often, reminded from this coaching staff the impact that Message had on that team 20 years ago. Something that this coaching staff, I'm sure, tries to emulate every single day.
Coach Message having such a big impact on the start of Trinity Baseball's rise in the early 2000s. And now, 20 years later, Trinity Baseball, one of the best in the country. And it all started back then when Coach Scannell, alongside Coach Message and Coach Beeman, were leading the Tigers, and we'll hear from Coach Beeman right now.
I'd have to say my favorite memory of Coach Message is actually on a picture day, believe it or not. I remember he was smiling ear to ear in his individual picture, and as the young, hungry, tough coach, I said, "Man, why would you smile in that picture?" And he said, "I'm a baseball coach. Why wouldn't I smile?" And I spent the next 15 years of my career understanding what he meant by that. I only wore two numbers during my coaching career, and one was 14 and one was 41, and I reserved 41 for the last home game of every year. I wore it one day just so I could tell that story to my team, so they can understand that it's okay to smile as a college baseball coach or a college baseball player. And it is a game. It is fun. And thank Coach Message for reminding all of us of that.
Thank you to Coach Beeman for sharing those words, and I think really an important message that all of us should remember. We're so lucky to get to call this great game. The players get to play it, coaches get to coach it. So we should be happy, we should smile that we get to be around the baseball diamond like we are.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that, Brian. And of course, he talks about it in regards to the game of baseball and playing it and coaching it. But as you mentioned, something that applies here as we broadcast these games, it's something that applies in so many areas of life, to just enjoy the little things, enjoy these moments, the things that we are really blessed and have the opportunity to do.
Absolutely. First pitch in the 5th inning. Awfully close. Philippus showing bunt, but called a ball. Philippus was at the plate at the end of the 4th inning, but he gets to start the 5th because Capadona was picked off at first trying to steal second. So in that 4th inning, we saw both teams caught trying to take that extra base, and the pitcher is doing a good job keeping them close.
Yeah, and certainly an easier task for Conti up on the mound as a left-handed pitcher, but that one, fastball running in and hitting Philippus in a tough spot. That one obviously stinging a little bit. Couldn't tell exactly where it got him, but no matter what, if it's on that hip or kind of in that gut area, it's going to be really painful, especially for a guy that's already taken a beating behind the plate, catching all 3 games for the Bulldogs this weekend. But he's over there at first base. All smiles now.
Well, it has to be all smiles because, unfortunately for him, he's quite used to getting hit. And poor guy, like you said, catching all 3 games, already enough of a beating. But with that hit by pitch, that's the 17th time he's been hit by a pitch. That's 12th most in Division III. Not a stat he wants to be at the top of the nation in, but we've talked about it with Wisniewski. But he really is atop the nation in hit by pitches.
Yeah, and impressive when you see stuff like that as Conti comes up firing to second base. A hard slide by Philippus right there, who's going to take out Michael Montreza. And he comes up checking on the shortstop. But Montreza up walking around on his own. Looks like he's okay out there. Presumably just frustrated with that decision right there. We'll get a look on the replay. A nice play from Conti, something that we've talked about, taking the outs and especially wanting to take them when they're right back at you. You can take out that lead runner. Nice strong throw over there. Montreza, unfortunate position with that right foot on the base. Maybe in the base path just a tad, but either way, Philippus choosing to slide in there to second base. Really nothing else you can do as a base runner. But some pretty hard contact. Good to see that both of those players are up and walking around under their own power. Montreza remaining in the game.
And you could tell right away on the slide from Philippus, he immediately reached over to check on Montreza. Just a tough slide. Results in an out for the Tigers, and Joe Jimenez will now come to the plate. Conti checking on Huerta. Very smart to do that. Huerta already caught once, trying to steal third. But he comes in with 32 stolen bases this year. No one in the country with more. Not going anywhere. A strike delivered to Jimenez.
And Conti already been in this situation before with 2 strikes on Jimenez. But made a mistake, leaving one up in the zone. Has to do a better job. I wouldn't even mess around with a pitch near the area right now. It's exactly what he opts to do with that fastball up and away. Just change the eye level. You have to wonder if that's something that's going to impact Jimenez. As good a hitter as he is up at the plate.
1-2 on its way to Jimenez. Sends it the other way, and he's frustrated with the result. Another fly ball right to Vonderhaar. Huerta tagging up, and he's going to beat the throw from Vonderhaar. But 2 outs now in the inning ahead of Tyler Post. Have to wonder if Huerta is aware that his lead in the stolen base category has actually been taken away. So he was atop the nation coming in, but he's been kept at bay by the Trinity pitching staff. No stolen bases this weekend. And so Blake Burchett of Brevard actually has 34 now.
Yes, just goes to show the attention that has been paid to him when he's gotten on base this weekend. Great job earlier on today. Tyler Pettit throwing him out at third base. Much easier play to make for the catcher, but not a whole lot when you have a guy like Huerta on the base paths. And he shows exactly why right there, even though that one was batted to not very deep right field. A play that was in front of Jack Vonderhaar out there defensively, but he still is in there to second base, tagging up relatively easily.
Post knows that anything in the outfield easily will score Huerta, but he has a tough matchup against the lefty on the mound. And Conti attacking him. Gets ahead 0-2. Can Conti finish it off? His box score awfully symmetrical. 4 hits, 4 runs, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts. But we'll take making it 5 strikeouts here. We'll see if Conti can make it happen. The 0-2 on the way. Post swats it foul.
Yeah, and a good pitch from Conti right there. Hopefully keeping Post a little bit off balance. I really like him going back to that fastball right here because 2 pitches ago, the one that the big first-hander was able to foul away down that left foul line seemed to be real late on as it continued to slice into the parking lot out there. Like Conti, go back to that fastball, but try and hammer it in on the hands right here.
Pettit motions that way, and he stands up. Wanted that fastball in, like you said, Luke. Instead, it ventured out over the zone a little bit. Post able to send it to the Tiger bullpen. A couple of 0-2 pitches spoiled. Post doing his best to drive in a 2-out run. Post, a sophomore from right here in San Antonio. The Johnson Jaguar, along with his teammate Joe Jimenez. Post awaiting the 0-2. This time in the dirt. Pettit blocks it. Post swings over it, and the out is made at first. 5 strikeouts indeed for Sammy Conti after the visit from pitching coach Dave Smith. So he's doing his part to keep the Bulldogs at 4. Can the Tigers make a comeback? We'll find out after this break. Welcome back to Tiger Network. Not loving the Devin Booker jersey sighting behind the mound in between innings. Ant Noble, photographer for the Trinity Athletic Department, showing his Arizona roots, but have to go against him tonight. Pelicans going to even things up. I'm fully confident. The control room apparently disagrees, but I'm fully confident. You, Luke?
I think they have a good chance. They were right there in it the other night. If it wasn't for some late-game heroics by Chris Paul, which really, what are you going to do about that? I know you can't be too upset about it, Brian. If anyone's going to beat you, it might as well be Chris Paul, right?
That's right, Chris Paul, the very reason I'm a New Orleans basketball fan in the first place. But, can't be too upset if the Pelicans do lose this series. They've already broken some hearts on this Trinity baseball team, and one of those, Jack Wisniewski at the plate, a very die-hard San Antonio Spurs fan, and the Pelicans beating the Spurs in the play-in game to get to the series against the Suns, and even before that, eliminating the Lakers. We documented how MJ Metz was upset about that. So that, to me, has been enough this weekend, or
Yeah.
this past few weeks.
I can imagine that's satisfactory. I know that Lakers upset and keeping them out of the playoffs is certainly the bigger deal for you. Having come from San Antonio, obviously, I know that in our discussions you wouldn't have been too upset if San Antonio made it, but I think we can all be happy. Pelicans back in the playoffs. They deserve that position. Jack Wisniewski back on base here. Something that he's done incredibly, incredibly well. Mirroring Holden Philippus and the hit by pitches, but also illustrating really, really great discipline at the plate all season long.
Yeah, and we'd rather see him get on base with the walk, not the hit by pitches. He's already taken enough pain with those Spurs losses, so no more piling on Jack. Following the walk, Tyler Pettit will look to continue to build on this opportunity. We had a walk to start things off last inning as well. Tigers were not able to bring it home, however. They've been held quiet by Logan Fisher, the senior pitcher here for TLU. Fisher goes back to that looping breaking ball. Talked about how that breaking ball has improved over the last few outings. Coach Hines also saying the changeup has come a long way, so really becoming a three-pitch guy. And the breaking ball really working for him tonight. He goes to it back-to-back times against Tyler Pettit. The catcher must have no idea what's next.
Yeah, and one of the first times that we've seen him go to that pitch in back-to-back offerings, especially dropping it into the strike zone, certainly something that's hard to adjust to as a hitter. Ultimately costly for Tyler Pettit right there. Sees it a third consecutive time. I'm sure Pettit recognizing it early on, and as we talked about early in the game, sometimes when you recognize that pitch and commit to trying to hit it, even when it started down and away and you know that it's always going to finish down in the dirt, it's too hard to lay off of it at that point.
Pettit snapped his 13-game hit streak last night, going 0 for 2. And he struggled a little bit at the plate tonight, culminating in that last strikeout. But we'll see if Jack Vonderhaar can pick him up a little bit, get this bottom of the order to provide some energy and turn things over to Metz and the top half. But Fisher continues to go to that breaking ball. And the Tigers have not made the adjustment yet. Second time through the lineup. Just 2 hits through 4 in a third. Vonderhaar grounds it too short. Jimenez flips it to Vasquez on to post. A 6-4-3 double play for the Bulldogs. And they'll keep the 0 on the board. Tigers unable to plate a run across through 5. We head to the top of the 6th on Tiger Network. TLU 4, Trinity 0. Sammy Conti ready to go on the mound. Kick things off here in the 6th. He'll face Blade Strelzik. Strike one to start the inning. Foul ball off the bat of Strelzik, the Shohei Ohtani style pitcher and hitter, who came on the mound last night, gave up the 2 home runs to McDonald and Vonderhaar. And he's 0 for 1 today at the plate. Also drew a walk. And here just kind of fights it off and is able to loop the ball into right. Vonderhaar cuts it off, keeps Strelzik at first, but a 2-strike base hit for Blade Strelzik. And the Bulldogs again with the leadoff runner on.
Yeah, and another unfortunate result for Conti right there in a 2-strike count. But again, a really well-located pitch. Strelzik, just a better piece of hitting right there as he goes down, gets out in front of that one to send it to the right center field gap. But a good job from Vonderhaar out there in right field to work in front of that one, cut it off, and keep Strelzik at first base.
First pitch swinging. Vasquez, right center field gap. Vonderhaar calls Gore off. Avoid a collision out there, and Strelzik walks back to first, 1 away.
Yeah, another nice play from Vonderhaar right here, especially to hold on to this one at the end. Looked like Gore was charging in there hard. But as you mentioned, a nice job from Gore to avoid the collision out there in the outfield. Certainly could have been disastrous for the Tigers as they try and keep this one at just a 4-run deficit already into the 6th inning.
The flyout brings Carson Drain to the plate. And Carson Drain, making just his 10th appearance of the season, blasted his first career home run in his last at-bat. Fouls this one back with the runner going. But it was a line shot that got out of here in a hurry. We had not seen Drain this weekend, but a correct push of the button to insert him into the lineup, providing a jolt here at the bottom, earning himself some Bluebell ice cream for the Brenham local.
And a nice play over there down the first base foul territory as Metz comes up with that one. And a great turn of events for Conti right here after an 0-2 count to start the inning against Strelzik. Strelzik finding a way to put the ball into right field. Conti inducing some more soft contact. That one staying just in play over there near that Bulldog bullpen. All of a sudden, Conti just an out away from bringing the Tiger bats back up to the plate.
And you know, when someone barely catches a ball that just barely stays in the glove, often called the snow cone catch, right?
Oh, yeah.
We'll call that an ice cream cone catch since the Brenham native hit it. Just fitting for those unfamiliar. I think most are familiar if you're watching these two teams. A lot of Texan natives, Bluebell ice cream, the iconic brand found at your local H-E-B. If anybody wants to provide Bluebell ice cream, we won't say no.
That's another good promotion. Maybe double-digit runs, 15 runs. That could be the cutoff. I know we're talking about tacos. There's a lot of free things on the broadcast that we just keep adding to our list. I think Bluebell is certainly deserving to be on it, Ryan.
Started with tacos basketball season. Then it turned into Las Palapas, thanks to Brian Schaub and Garrett Adler. And now wrapping it up with ice cream. Hard to believe how far we've come on Tiger Network this season. From volleyball and soccer, football in the fall, through baseball, through basketball in the winter, and now our final baseball broadcast in the spring.
Yeah, it seemed like forever it took the season to get here. That Babson series, that seems like just a couple of weekends ago. All of a sudden, we're here on Sunday night, final home game of the season for the Tigers.
Speaking of, I love the Sunday night setup.
Yeah, very interesting. I think the first time, certainly, that we've had a Sunday night game here.
Yeah, I mean, we hosted the SCAC Track and Field Championships on the campus of Trinity, so forced us to push back the start, but I like it, and liking what we're seeing from Conti as well. 6 strikeouts on the evening, but the Sunday night just giving it a big-time feel under the lights in San Antonio, and we expect a good, exciting finish. Don't usually see the Tiger bats go down quietly and wouldn't expect any of that tonight, so we'll see what they come up with after the break on Tiger Network. First pitch swinging, Michael Montreza lines a single into left field, just past the dive of Jimenez. Shortstop unable to follow the dive of the second baseman Vasquez, who got an out on a dive, and lucky for Montreza, he has a base hit.
Yeah, and a really, really nice swing from Montreza right there. We talked about Fisher and the approach that these hitters need to take with them to the plate. The first couple times through, inducing some really hard contact, but all coming on pitches down in the zone. The second time through the order, doing a better job of remaining more patient. But in the last half, we saw Fisher begin to mix that breaking ball in more consistently, as we see him do in that first offering to Mets. But on that last pitch, Montreza stepping into the box, ready to hit, seeing a fastball up in the zone and taking advantage of it.
Breaking ball to start the at-bat, 0-2 on Mets, but this certainly feels like a key inning in the game. TLU up 4-0. Logan Fisher has done a phenomenal job keeping the Tigers at bay, but can he maintain it as he sees the Tigers for a third time? Montreza getting on base with a hit, and so far on his first batter that he does face a third time, Fisher able to strike out Mets. So he responds well to the challenge, but it will continue with Colt Harris now at the plate.
Yeah, and certainly a Trinity offense that wants to hit the fastball. It's what they've done most of their damage on this weekend, but looking right now like they're going to need to start doing damage and picking the bat up off their shoulders on some of those breaking balls early on in at-bats. Fisher doing a really nice job against Mets right there to drop a couple in early and then opting with one out of the zone to strike him out. Harris seeing one that Fisher again drops in and doing a good job to swing the bat on it. Now moving 0-2. So a quick turnaround this inning after a nice swing from Montreza to send one into left field. A couple of 0-2 counts for Fisher.
Good job by Harris to lay off that one in the dirt. Harris fell behind 0-2. We'll see if he and his fellow Tigers can continue to adjust, read that breaking ball out of the hand of Fisher. He does wait back on it, but right to Vasquez, on to Jimenez, and to post, reverse it from the last inning. A 4-6-3 double play for the Bulldogs. And Logan Fisher threw 6 scoreless innings here on San Antonio. We'll take a break on Tiger Network and be right back. Sammy Conti doing what he can to keep his team in the game. Out there for a 7th inning, pitched 98, a ball up to Capadona, the leadoff hitter. This one in the dirt. Capadona ahead in the count 2-0. Conti with 5 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 4 walks, and 6 strikeouts. But the Bulldogs, with those 4 runs, it's been enough to this point.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise to see. Not something that we're used to seeing when watching these Trinity Tigers. Usually a performance like this, holding an opponent to 4 runs, plenty to ask out of this pitching staff, but just a great job on the mound from Fisher in the back end of this Tiger, or of this Bulldog rotation, has been absolutely phenomenal after a couple of days where Texas Lutheran used multiple pitchers, had to go to the bullpen frequently. He's really shut down this offense, but it's been in large part due to the defense that's been played up the middle. Vasquez and Jimenez combining at second and short to cut some innings short for the Tigers because of a couple of really nice double plays.
The twin killing certainly helping Logan Fisher tonight. Through 6 complete innings without a run allowed. But it's been a vivid example of the TLU defense that has been stellar all year long. Capadona staying alive, just a little slap over there. More action in the Tiger bullpen. But Coach Hines telling me he wants that defense that has a sparkling fielding percentage that ranks in the top 10 in Division III to encourage his pitchers to throw more strikes, be aggressive. In fact, he has a saying that he shares with his pitchers: every pitch is an out. He wants that to be a mentality. And so far, Fisher has certainly kept that mentality. Been aggressive, getting lots of ground balls and getting lots of double plays to help him out.
And on the flip side, this offense has just done a tremendous job this evening of getting that first runner onto base. Happens again right there with Capadona, who did it to start off the evening, ultimately came around. Capadona flying out back in the first inning, but after the fact, that second inning, that third inning, doing a nice job of getting runners on base early. something that I think they struggled to do the previous two nights. Obviously has paid dividends for him this evening. But you think about Conti and his performance, he's pitched incredibly well. Of course, 4 earned runs, but you take away that Drain home run that he sent out to left field, it's a 2-run ball game. And it would certainly have a much different feel right here in the 7th inning.
Those 2 runs off the bat of Drain, the only blemishes on the scorecard since the 2nd inning. But with the Tiger offense putting up 0 runs so far, certainly stands out more. Bulldogs ahead 4-0. And a chance for them to add some more with Capadona reaching on the walk. He's over there at first. 16 stolen bases, has been caught 6 times. Philippus looks like he's going to give himself up, try to sacrifice him over. Talked a little bit about the assistant coach, Bilimovich, earlier today and how he impacted the additional game early in the season. He's also been a big catalyst behind this TLU offense and their running game. So Coach Rick Hines, in his 2nd year with Texas Lutheran, had been the pitching coach and recruiting coordinator over the last several years, across 10 years, and then replaced head coach Greg Burnett, who had been at TLU for 22 seasons. And Coach Hines saying he had the pitching background. He pitched at Purdue, Division I school. So he wanted someone with the prowess offensively, someone that could really help his lineup turn things into a dynamic force. And Bilimovich was who Hines turned to for that. And one of the things that they've done, steal a lot of bases, move guys over with things like bunts that we just see from Philippus. And so Hines and Bilimovich, really a dynamic duo so far as head coach and assistant coach. And we see a little bit of it here with the sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, it's something that they've shown all weekend long, something that they showed earlier on today, but a much more fitting, understandable spot. Up 4-0, now in the top of the 7th, just trying to add some more insurance. Ultimately, the Tigers able to record an out, but it came after a couple of pitches that were a little bit outside of the zone. Conti losing the touch just a little bit. Understandable considering the fact that you see his pitch count on the screen now up at 107. So that'll force the move to the bullpen. It will be the senior Joel Thomas coming in here. Inherits that runner at second base, but will have an out in the inning.
And we'll stick around during the break as the pitching change is made. Joel Thomas has been key in these spots, but it allows us some time to talk about this rivalry a little bit more. Coming into the weekend, Trinity and TLU, as tight as you can get, considering the 2 wins on Friday and Saturday for the Tigers. 38 and 39 are the Tigers all-time against TLU. Just so even, almost exactly at 500 if the Tigers can win tonight. It will be at 500. And just 2 schools that constantly go back and forth with one another. Coach Scannell telling me ahead of this weekend, there's something about TLU and Trinity over the past 20 years. Always tight games, chaotic finishes. And hopefully we're up for one more tonight ahead of the SCAC tournament, which starts in May.
And incredibly similar to the game that we called almost a year ago. It was a midweek game, was close down to the end. Texas Lutheran ultimately coming out on top 2-1. But something that this Trinity team has shown all season long is they're never out of it. Think back to the season opener, that game played out in Birmingham against Lynchburg, down 4 runs headed into the bottom of the 9th, but they came roaring back in that one and nearly won it at the end. Brian Schaub with a near walk-off home run, but again, just shows the fact that this isn't a team that's going to lay down. Lost that one 4-3, but to remain in that one, even despite a 4-run deficit, incredibly impressive and just telling of the makeup of this roster.
The tight finishes were evident last year as Thomas misses with the ball away, falls behind 2-0 to Huerta. The final scores of the 3 games in the SCAC final, 12-10 TLU victory, 9-8 Trinity victory, 16-15 TLU victory in 10 innings. So much action, some great baseball being played, and we've seen it this weekend. Two teams that have incredible respect for one another, two schools separated by just over 30 miles, and Thomas looking to give his team a chance to come back. It's a 4-run deficit right now, but it'll be a tough task to keep it there. Huerta ahead of Jimenez and Post, the runner at second, one away, and Huerta lays off of the ball in the dirt. Thomas, the senior from Scottsdale, Arizona, honored this weekend. He came in against Schreiner last weekend. He threw 3 innings, did not give up a run, struck out 4 Mountaineers, and picked up the save, his second of the year, to go along with the 2-0 record. And a big breaking ball swung on and missed by Huerta. Count taken full.
Yeah, and a couple of really nice breaking balls from Thomas in this at-bat. The previous one couldn't get Huerta to bite at, but that one dropped in, forcing Huerta to swing the bat, like something in that similar location right here.
Huerta able to lay off of this one, though, in the dirt. Pettit blocks it, but Huerta will head on to first. And Thomas in a dilemma. Joe Jimenez coming to the plate. Runners on first and second, 1 out. And the Bulldogs looking to really break things open.
Yeah, and a tough break to lose Huerta in that at-bat right there, especially when you battle all the way back to fill it up at 3-2. But most important thing is that runner remains at second base. Capadona out there, Huerta at first, and now, if anything, you can have the silver lining of a double play ball intact in the infield. Something that the Bulldog defense has been able to take advantage of, something that certainly could swing the momentum in favor of Trinity right here if Tom is able to induce one.
Step off the mound for Thomas. He threw a nice breaking ball to start things off against Jimenez, and now Pettit will take a visit to Thomas. Jimenez at the plate. We've talked about how he's a Johnson graduate, San Antonio native. Coach Gannell saying he wanted him here at Trinity, the San Antonio boy. But Coach Rick Hines beat him to it. He was the recruiting coordinator at the time with head coach Greg Burnett. And Hines admitting that at the time he knew he would be a great defender, an elite defender at that, but didn't think he would be all that great of a hitter. And now, a few years later, 4th in the nation in home runs, 3rd in RBI, and one of the most dangerous bats, not only in the conference, but across the nation. Quite the transformation for Jimenez.
Yeah, what a journey to go from having your eventual coach assume that you won't have it in the batter's box, and then to turn out a season like this, winning awards week in and week out, being put on D3 Baseball's national weekly team, having performances across 4 games where you have 6 home runs and almost 20 RBIs. Certainly we've seen the defense up the middle as he's connected with Vasquez multiple times for some double plays, but he's also shown his affinity with the bat in his hands this weekend, and he's looking to do the same right here.
Good breaking ball gets him to chase. Thomas trusting that one in the dirt, trusting his catcher Pettit to block it. So now he's 2-2 on Jimenez. Capadona over at second. He led things off with a walk. Huerta at first. He walked as well. But Thomas in from the bullpen. Huge moment, and it'll wait a little longer as he checks on Huerta. Thomas got a few starts in the past several weeks, but he has been most comfortable out of the bullpen. This is his 11th appearance, and 9 of those have come out of that pen. The 2-2 in the dirt gets Jimenez swinging. Great pitch from Thomas to retire the dangerous Joe Jimenez.
Yeah, fantastic pitch, just hammering that breaking ball over and over again in that at-bat. Jimenez has done a really great job of hitting the fastball this weekend. Just hasn't seen the breaking ball a whole lot. I think Thomas certainly aware of that, aware of the fact that if he keeps it down in the zone, it's going to be difficult for Jimenez to find the middle third of the baseball in a situation like that. You're just hoping that if he puts it in play, it's not going to find a way to leak through the infield, get past the defender. Not something he had to worry about. He had Jimenez swinging over the top of it.
Post swinging at this one, drives it foul down the first baseline. It was the curveball in the dirt on Jimenez, and to start this at bat on Post, an eye-opening changeup. Just dropping off the table allows Thomas to be ahead 0-2 on the lefty. He could go with anything now. What will Thomas choose? He takes a look at Capadona, goes with the changeup, a little chopper. Thomas covering. Metz flips it on to first, and that's out number 3. Joel Thomas marches in from the Tiger bullpen and retires Jimenez and Post. Bulldogs strand a couple, and it's time to stretch in San Antonio. Take some time to stretch, and the Tiger offense takes some time to score some runs after this break on Tiger Network. Got a great look at the Trinity Tower shining bright on this Sunday night. And Logan Fisher has been shining so far for the Bulldogs. 6 innings of no-run baseball. Already a career high in innings pitched for the senior. Fisher misses high on that second delivery to Gore, but Logan Fisher, his previous career high came earlier this year. He went 5 1/3 on March 12th against East Texas Baptist. But the senior had never gone 6 innings or more. But it's been an impressive performance for Fisher tonight.
Yeah, and he's done the things that a starting pitcher has to do to have success. He's mixed in different pitches. Obviously, he's utilized that fastball and that breaking ball, but the big thing with the breaking ball is that he's used it in different contexts. He's been able to throw it in the dirt, trusting Philippus behind the plate to block it, but he's also dropped it in there for strikes. I saw him do so to start the at-bat against Mets in the last inning. But beyond that, beyond being able to locate pitches in the strike zone, he's relied on the defense behind him, and I think that's what's really allowed him to stretch out this start, coming all the way here into the bottom of the 7th, but now be a visit on the mound to discuss some things. Not entirely sure he's going to exit this one, though, the way he's been moving, considering the fact they still have that 4-run cushion.
It's a visit from head coach Rick Hines, who we've talked about so much this weekend. Thank you to him and all the SCAT coaches for taking some time to talk to us before their visits to San Antonio. It's been great to get some knowledge from the opposing team to make sure that everyone knows about everybody involved. Rick Hines, with plenty of experience on the mound, talked about him pitching at Purdue But not only did he pitch, he did quite well for the Boilermakers in one season in 2007. He had 4 shutouts in one season. So imparting some wisdom on Fisher during that visit. But the first pitch after that visit, a ball to Nathan Brolick.
And the Tigers have been able to hit the ball hard consistently all night long as Fisher checks over on Gore at first base again. Has already picked him off there once this evening. Sure, Gore shortening that lead just a little bit. For these hitters, Brolick right now trying to find a way to put things over the heads of these infielders. Incredibly important as they want to string something together here in the bottom of the 7th. Try and scratch 1-2 runs to give yourself some life offensively.
Brolick with a good swing the other way. It's slicing down the line off the wall. Capadona can't hang on to it off the bounce. Gore is storming for home, and he's going to slide safely. Nathan Brolick, RBI double, and the Tigers are on the board in the 7th.
And Nathan Brolick continues to do what he's done all season long, just utilizing the entire field here in San Antonio. Saw him single through the right side earlier on in this one. That one hard hit off the bat. Just a question as to whether or not it was going to stay fair. Hits off that high sectional out in left field. A little bit of a weird ricochet off the wall. So you see that one head up off that second part. I think he hits that one a little bit more towards left center field. It's getting over the wall. But incredible, incredible power that Nathan Brolick has displayed in recent games. And with that one, it'll be enough to lift Fisher here in the bottom of the 7th.
What a sight that would have been. An opposite field home run exactly down the line, just over that foul pole or that foul line with the netting going above it. It just goes to show how well Nathan Brolick is swinging the bat. And like you said, Luke, that double and the walk to Gore enough to force the hand of Coach Hines. He came out to speak to his pitcher, but this time no more words, just action, taking the ball from him and replacing him with Matthew Hickey, the junior from Klein, Texas. So this inning, a walk from Gore, a double from Brolick. The Tigers have to hope that Gore will get another at-bat, because if he does, it likely means they've strung together some hits, maybe some runs, gotten right back into it. Gore currently sitting at a 22-game hit streak. If he does get it to 23, it would tie the longest streak in quite a while, since 2011. But the longest hit streak in Trinity history that we could find since 1992 comes from Jason Armstrong. He hit safely in 42 straight games back in the 2003-2004 season. And it's fitting that we hear the name Jason Armstrong because he's one of the players who sent in a message earlier today about Coach Message. And as we continue to honor Bob Message on the 20th anniversary of his death after the 7th inning, we'll hear from Jason Armstrong about the impact that Coach Message had on his life. As a reminder, we've been showing some of these shorter clips during the game, during the broadcast, but well before we started at the 7 o'clock hour, we had a long tribute to Coach Message, which will be found right here on this same YouTube stream. So after this game is over, if you want to check out every single video, make sure to come to the Trinity Tigers YouTube, look at this baseball game, and just start right at the beginning, and you'll get about a 40-minute tribute that we paid to Coach Message. And so Coach Jason Armstrong will be heard from at the end of this inning, but the Tigers hope it'll be a while before the end of this inning. Brian Schaub steps to the plate with Nathan Brolick at second, nobody out. And the scoreboard not quite updated yet. TLU up 4-1 now with Gore coming across to score. Schaub with a good swing off of Hickey. But he's behind 0-2 here.
And Hickey comes in offering certainly a more unorthodox delivery. kind of all across the board. See him and where he's set up on the mound, choosing that far right side of the rubber. Then obviously that arm dropping down for that side arm delivery. He'll step over to make sure that Brolick stays honest over there at second base. Wants to ensure that on any ball batted into the outfield, it's going to be a close play at home. I've seen these Tigers with some pretty aggressive base running all season long. But things will get easier right there as a bit of a mix-up between catcher and pitcher, and that one ricocheting off the glove of Philippus, and you see in that shot right there of Nathan Brolick at third base. It's a defender over there for the Bulldogs today. Huerta crossing his arms in the direction of his dugout, wondering if coaching staff wants them to cut down that run at home, but can't imagine in a situation where they're still up by 3 runs that they're going to opt to do so. But right there, as Brian Schaub checks his swing, home plate umpire defers down to the umpire at first base, who will say Schaub went around. So things getting a little bit easier right now for the Bulldogs and for Hickey on the mound. Lefty now with the advantage in the matchup against Wisniewski, and an out on the board certainly calms the nerves just a little bit.
It's exactly what Coach Hines was looking for with the pitching change. Calm things down a little bit. And a tough matchup for the lefty pitcher to face the right-handed hitter, Schaub, the power hitter. But he did a great job retiring Schaub. And now the lefty batter, Wisniewski. A run right there, 90 feet away. Bulldogs not quite playing their infield in, playing about halfway. The third baseman, Huerta, probably the closest of the infielders. Jimenez and Vasquez up the middle, playing double play depth and then post well back at first. Wisniewski bounces it behind him, foul.
It's certainly some odd positioning in the infield. You mentioned not quite playing all the way in with the intention of cutting that run, but not necessarily as deep as we've seen them at other times. Certainly limits the range of your infielders, but we've already seen them make some spectacular plays, specifically Vasquez over there at second base. Jimenez and him, of course, connecting up the middle several times. You'd imagine that they'll have the capacity on things in the infield to make some diving plays to keep them in front, but not sure if they're going to be able to gun down Brolick if he's headed home.
Good eye from Wisniewski. Doesn't chase that one. Takes the count 3-1. Can really wait back on one that he likes in the zone. Has a pitch to work with Hickey. Trying to keep the lead intact for his team. Philippus wants it right on the corner. He gets it on the corner. Hickey, who last threw on Tuesday against Mary Hardin Baylor. A scoreless inning of work. Called upon with Brolick at second, nobody out. Brolick advanced to third on the pass ball. But he's still over there, and now Jimenez at short. He has crept a little closer now, playing on the grass. Vasquez, though, and Post on the right side of the infield, playing back. Likely guarding against the lefty Wisniewski. And Wisniewski will hit it over that infield, so it won't matter. Brolick comes around to score. Make it 4-2. TLU's lead dwindling by the minute.
Yeah, just a great piece of hitting by Wisniewski right there. We've talked about it so extensively over the past couple of weeks. The frequency with which the bat's really been taken out of his hands, all the hit by pitches. He does a great job of drawing walks, but he shows right there why he's so dangerous when he swings it. Gets that one up over the head of the infielders. And now on to run for him, Jack Peterson, increasing the speed on the base path just a little bit. Have to wonder if he'll be on the move right here. He'll hold on that pitch in the dirt, but now a lefty on the mound in Hickey, a defense that's up the middle, already turned several double play balls in this one. If you can take it away and put another runner in scoring position still with just one out, you have a great opportunity to bring him in with Tyler Pettit at the plate.
And Pettit's been relatively quiet, 1 for 6 this weekend. Would be a great time for him to make some noise, though. He represents the tying run at the plate. Peterson at first. Lots of speed. Coach Scannell turning to him. He has 2 stolen bases on the year, has been caught once, hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities. But he is a speedster, and he will be off with that one. Philippus cannot stay in front. Peterson over to second. And another runner in scoring position for the Tigers. Great look at Hickey's view, the slide step. And then it gets past the catcher.
And you think about the impact that 90 feet makes on a game, especially going back to Nathan Brolick when he got on base, advancing on a pass ball. Wisniewski doing a nice job of putting that ball into right field, but if Brolick had been at second still, I'm not sure he scores on that one. It's a hard hit ball right at the right fielder. Right there, pitch in on the hands of Pettit. Attempting to check his swing right there.
Close pitch, misses outside. The check swing was a no swing, so with that together, ball 4 for Tyler Pettit. And the Tigers putting this rally together in the bottom of the 7th. We told you, take some time to stretch, and we told the Tiger offense, take some time to work on some runs. They listened. And can Jack Vonderhaar bring the Tigers all the way back? He has a hit already today, singled back in the 3rd, grounded into a double play in the 5th. First pitch to Vonderhaar, fastball down the middle. Some action in the Tiger bullpen. Luke Pfeiffer hoping to come in with a lead. Breaking ball misses outside. Vonderhaar stares at it.
Right here, I think the question remains, do you send the runners in motion? I know that Philippus has been really solid behind the plate all weekend long. But with a lefty on the mound, potential of going on first movement always there. Tyler Pettit, I know he's a catcher, but runs surprisingly well despite that fact. 2 for 4 on stolen base attempts this season. And Hickey, verbal on the mound right there, shouting to his catcher what he wants to throw. Missing just a little bit wide, so Vonderhaar forcing the at-bat to 2-2 right here. But obviously at a disadvantage standing in there as a lefty hitter.
He's battling, though, a 2-2 count. Philippus wants it up and in. Vonderhaar swings past it, can't get contact on it. No foul tip, says the home plate umpire. Peterson, though, does take 3rd. Pettit was not following him. He's still over at first. As we look at the replay, Philippus wanted it in, and hard to tell if Vonderhaar maybe got a piece of it.
Yeah, and based on his immediate reaction, turning to run to first base, you would say no, but the way that that one bounced off the ground, coming almost directly back up to Philippus behind the plate, kind of indicative of what you see on foul tips, but in either circumstance, now runners on first and third, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. But this is where the Tigers have been really good offensively, situations where they have 2 outs on the board.
Montreza swings at the 1-0. A tough hop for Jimenez. Gets it onto first, and the stretch from post keeps the inning in a positive fashion for the Bulldogs. It was close. We'll get a good look at it. Jimenez had a hard time with it at short. Montreza runs well. But the big first baseman stretching and getting Montreza out. But the Tigers do cut the lead in half. We'll hear from Jason Armstrong coming up now.
More than any single story that I have about Coach Message, I think what I will always remember about him was just his overwhelming love and support for his players, the families, and the program. I think he always put his players first and foremost. And as a young 18 to 22-year-old baseball player, playing in an environment where it's so easy to lose faith in your own abilities and doubt yourself as a baseball player, I think you always knew that Coach Message believed in you, a lot of times even more so than you believed in yourself. So I know for me in particular, there were a lot of highs and lows, but I never once wavered thinking that Coach Message wasn't there to support me or give me a big bear hug, regardless as to whether I succeeded or didn't succeed on the field. And I think that's the legacy that he'll always have with me. And I'm so appreciative of the 2 years that I got to play for him, because I have no doubt that in those 2 years, he made me not only a much better baseball player, but in life after baseball, I've become a much better friend, a much better son, a much better father, a much better husband, just from knowing him.
Great to hear from Jason Armstrong talking about the overwhelming love and support that the players and coaches felt for Coach Message. It's just abundantly clear from what we've heard tonight how much Coach Message meant to this Trinity program.
Yeah, absolutely. It's understandable when you spend so much time around someone that's not always going to leave the impression of this weight. So I think that just goes to show you the type of individual that Coach Message was. That impact that goes beyond just interacting with someone day in and day out, an impact that really shapes your life and continues to impact you beyond the game of baseball as you continue for much of these young men on into adulthood, applying the same lessons and values that they learned and picked up, adopted from Coach Message in every other area of their life.
Definitely, and you mentioned how that message carries into adulthood for Jason Armstrong. He continues to be successful. He's still around sports all the time. He was actually named the assistant principal of athletics at Sacred Heart Prep. That takes effect in July of this year. But we thank Jason Armstrong and everyone else who has shared their messages with us. Like we mentioned at the top, one big Trinity baseball family, and honoring the 20th anniversary of Coach Bob Message's death. Really beautiful tributes. That number 41 remains behind the mound, and it will forever be on that left field wall and forever in the minds and in the hearts of Tiger fans. Ball gets away from Thomas, a 4-pitch walk delivered to Vasquez after a strikeout of Strelzik to start off the 8th. TLU feeling a little bit of pressure after the Tigers scored 2 in the bottom half of the 7th. No lead safe against Trinity. 4, certainly not a safe amount. 2, certainly not a safe amount, so you know the Bulldogs want to add to it here.
Yeah, and especially important right here ahead of what's coming up to the plate for the Tigers in the bottom half of the inning. It'll be Metz, Harris, and Gore again. So it'll be their 4th times to the plate here tonight. All 3 of them without a hit to this point, but that's certainly something that they'll all look to change. Incredibly difficult to hold all of them hitless, but important for Thomas to bridge the gap to that spot, keeping this Bulldog offense at bay and keeping the momentum in favor of Trinity.
Since entering, Thomas has walked 2, but also struck out a pair. Got out of that jam in the top of the 7th, retired Jimenez and Post. Now finds himself against the pinch hitter, Alex Sanchez. Sanchez, the junior from Waxahachie, Texas. He went 1 for 4 last night as the designated hitter. Came around to score as well. 0 for 3 on Friday night. So we've seen Sanchez. But with the lefty Sammy Conti starting for the Tigers, the lefty Sanchez getting a night off until now. Thomas checking on the runner at first. That pitch just misses high and away. Pettit held that one for a while, seeing if it would convince the home plate umpire. Instead, it's a 3-1 count for the pinch hitter. And Sanchez drives that one deep to right center field. Gore on his way back, and he makes the catch right up against the wall. Gets it back into the infield. And that's 2 outs in the 8th for Joel Thomas.
Yeah, and Sanchez certainly gave that one a ride. That's to pretty deep right center field with the flags blowing in the opposite direction. So an incredible show of strength right there, but a nice job from Ezra Gore to run that one down in the alley. Makes what's not really a very routine play look easy out there, and now just 1 out away from putting the bats back in the box. And it's going to be Thomas that remains out on the mound after a little bit of a discussion with Coach Dave Smith.
Joel Thomas, the brother of Matt Thomas, the former Tiger pitcher who was so often in similar spots like these as the closer for the Tigers for several seasons. Matt has been in town this weekend, as his brother and the other seniors this year were honored last night, and throughout the weekend on the broadcast, we've shown the senior tributes. But earlier this year, Joel told me he's been very proud to continue what he calls the Thomas tradition here at Trinity. Joel transferring from Grand Canyon University, and right here picks off the runner, but will be safe at second. Thomas had the right idea, checking on Vasquez over there. But too much speed over there allows him to reach second. And you'll also get a look on this replay, a real big running jump. It's the throw from Vonderhaar, who came in from right field to play first base. MJ Metz, who started at first, moves on over to third. And still at short, Michael Montreza, sure-handed as ever. He gets the third out of the inning, so some defensive adjustments. But Joel Thomas, nothing changing, still getting the outs for the Tigers in the key spots. He keeps the Thomas tradition alive and keeps the Tigers within 2 as we head to the bottom of the 8th. Tigers within 2 on the Bulldogs. An exciting finish still ahead. It's the top of the Tiger order coming up in the bottom of the 8th. MJ Metz 0 for 3 so far tonight. Has struck out and faces Hickey, who delivers a first pitch strike. Hickey staying in after a scoreless bottom of the 7th. Gave up a hit and a walk, but also struck out 2 Tigers. Loops a breaking ball. Gets ahead quickly, 0-2.
And doing a really nice job of just throwing to the back door against MJ Metz right here. Certainly a spot where the Tigers can tie it up with just a couple of swings.
But that swing isn't going to do it. MJ Metz with his second strikeout of the evening. And Hickey starts things off with a K.
And it's going to take a couple of swings potentially, but it's all right if one of those is a base hit. All right if one of them is a single, a double, a triple, whatever it is. Put a runner on in this situation right here. Take advantage of those pitches that are in the strike zone. All 3 of the last offerings from Hickey were, the first 2 on that outside corner, that last one maybe a little bit more over the heart of the plate. But great opportunities here. 5 pitches, all 5 have been hittable. Just a matter of being willing to use the entire field if you're this offense. And it's exactly what you have to do in a situation where you're down late in a game.
Hickey does what he's done since he entered the game, gets ahead of the hitter. Harris behind 0-2. Phillip is asking for it up and away. Hickey delivers it right there. The check, and he went around. First base umpire says Harris did not check his swing. Close call going against Harris. We'll get a tough angle from the center field cam. Harris does put some effort into that swing. We won't know if it went around home, but the home plate umpire says it did. That's all that matters. Gore following it up with a base hit down the left field line. Is he going to try for 2? Yes, he is. The throw not in time. Ezra Gore with the 2-out double. And there's the hit streak extension. 23 consecutive games with a base hit for Ezra Gore.
And the only thing that matters is that they have a base runner, they have another one on in scoring position. A nice diving effort over there at third base by Huerta. But Ezra Gore remaining aggressive on the base paths, turning that one into a double and turning things over to Nathan Brolick, who we've already seen display the power in this one. But a good job by Gore in that at-bat to swing early on, seeing something right there in or around the zone, trying to cue off. Expect the same from Brolick right here. Want to avoid falling behind 0-2 count where Hickey can go to anything, especially when he's been as dangerous as he has been on the mound.
Philippus sets up high. It's the breaking ball, misses away. Brolick, the only Tiger in the lineup tonight with multiple hits. He's 2 for 3. Drove in Gore his last time up with that RBI double. We've seen the power. His first career home run coming earlier this season. But he's just looking for a base hit. And he lays off of another one outside. Two-one count to Nathan Brolick. Himself a San Antonio native, a senior out of Antonian College Prep. Hickey looking down at his forearm for the sign, and too long of a wait for Brolick. He steps out of the box.
I think Hickey has the right idea in this at-bat, though, going down and away from Brolick.
But Brolick goes down and away with it. He lines it into left. Gore comes around to score, and Nathan Brolick continues to hit the baseball hard. That's 2 runs batted in, 3 base hits, and 4-3 now the score in San Antonio.
And that's not to say that that approach, even though it's the right one, is going to keep Nathan Brolick from hitting. It's just going to keep him from showing off the power a little bit. Down and away, it's the only place he can really go with that baseball, but again shows us his willingness. For Hickey, it's a win because you don't leave something up and in, something that Brolick can pull his hands through and maybe send out over the right field wall. You keep the lead right here, which is the important thing. But again, the Tigers have cut it to 1 and have shown their capability to come back even late in games. The refusal to lay down and let the other team win.
Following the RBI single from Brolick, a pitching change. Blake Capadona, we've seen him lead off for the lineup. Now he comes in on the mound. And it makes sense as Brian Schaub is the one coming to the plate. Matthew Hickey came in from the bullpen, and the first batter he faced was Schaub. He was able to strike him out looking, but Coach Hines perhaps just not wanting Schaub to get a second look at the reliever, so he goes with Capadona. You see the infielders for the Bulldogs gathering behind second, and Luke, this is exactly what we hope for when we see TLU Trinity on the schedule.
Yeah, absolutely right about that. And the speculation revolving Hickey and Schaub, a second matchup of the night. Maybe you think that you don't want the lefty to have a second matchup against the most prolific power hitter in this lineup. But here, bringing Capadona in, another lefty, so Schaub will retain that advantage when he steps into the batter's box. But again, we talk about it. More important to just pass the baton right here, try and keep things going. The Tigers have been so good at doing exactly that with 2-out rallies, really proving incredibly successful and beneficial for them all season long. It'll be Brolick over there at first base, so not someone that runs particularly well. It's still a great opportunity here for the Tigers.
Brolick doesn't run that often. He does have 6 stolen bases, though, and he's only been caught once. But have to imagine he and the Tigers want to give Schaub, their power hitter, a chance to do some damage. Capadona on the mound for the first time since Tuesday against Mary Hardin Baylor. He went 3 2/3, gave up 2 hits and a run, and that run was the losing one. UMHB walking it off in the bottom of the 9th up in Belton, snapping TLU's 14-game win streak. And so for the Tigers, they're hoping to give Capadona back-to-back results with the loss. It'll be up to Schaub, 0 for 3 so far today. And Capadona starts off with a breaking ball strike outside.
You mentioned those 6 stolen bases from Brolick, only caught once on the season. Interesting position right here, especially with a lefty on the mound, the opportunity to go on first movement. As another breaking ball is dropped in there for a strike. That's 2 on that corner, down and away from Schaub. That now has him down in the count 0-2. He's going to have to pick up the bat right here, try and drive something the other way.
Three curveballs out of the bullpen from Capadona and 3 strikes against Brian Schaub. What a performance in that at-bat for Capadona, called on in the biggest moment of the game to this point. And it goes in favor of the Bulldogs. This game continues to get closer and closer as we move along. The Tigers get a run on 2 hits. Nathan Brolick drives in yet another. And we head to the 9th inning of perhaps our final home game of the year. And it'll be a good one. Don't go anywhere on Tiger Network. He did it on the mound. Can he do it at the plate? Blake Capadona stepping up for his team when it matters most, striking out Brian Schaub in the previous half inning, and now he leads things off in the ninth. Changeup gets away from Thomas. 2-0 the count to Capadona, the junior from Mont Belvieu, Texas. Stands at 5'9", 180 from the left side of the plate.
Good job from Thomas right there. Just pump in a fastball over the plate. Don't want the leadoff batter to get on base right here, especially when it's the one hole. And you have guys like Huerta and Jimenez looming over there in that Bulldog dugout, hoping that they have the opportunity to expand this lead.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Check over at third. Didn't go around, says the third place umpire. 3-1 now to Capadona. With the dirty pants, a sign of hustle and effort. Fastball, another close one, but Pettit can't frame it for a strike. And Capadona walks on over to first to lead it off. Not what Thomas wanted to do with 2-3-4 now due up for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and certainly expect Philippus, who's already sacrificed earlier on in this one, his last at-bat, to do the same right here. Trinity's come back to cut this to a one-run deficit, so any runs that can be scratched right here would do a lot for the confidence of this TLU side.
There is that bunt. Pettit catches it, but in foul territory. Lots of hollering coming from both dugouts. We've had incredible crowds all weekend long. Even had a crawfish boil on Friday night with the athletic teams here at Trinity supporting the baseball team in what's their final scheduled home game. That rain out against Concordia might be rescheduled, but we are not sure of it, so this could be it. Another foul bunt from Philippus, so he falls behind 0-2, trying to sacrifice himself and move the runner.
Yeah, and earlier on in this one, I talked about the importance of throwing the ball over the plate when a runner's showing that he wants to give himself up. But now 0-2, the inability to put the ball in fair territory twice now. Really good spot for Thomas to go to that breaking ball, make the job even more difficult for Philippus, and maybe walk away with an out with that runner still on first base.
Philippus able to fight that one back. Still behind 0-2. Bulldogs still haven't gotten a hit off of Thomas since he entered the game. Thomas has given up 3 walks, though. That's how the runner over there at first, Capadona, got on. Capadona not going anywhere, and the breaking ball going right in the strike zone. Thomas gets Philippus looking for the first out of the ninth.
Yeah, and a really great pitch from Thomas right there. Just has Philippus absolutely frozen in the batter's box. You think back to the importance of those 2 pitches that Philippus couldn't put into fair territory. Puts the bat in his hands really for the first time with 2 strikes on him already. Talked about it earlier in this one. Struggled maybe a little bit. 2 hits on the series. One of those coming yesterday, as we said, was affected pretty heavily by the wind out in left field. But don't want to be in that situation where you can't get a bunt down, and then all of a sudden you have to face a pitcher who's got his breaking ball working today when you're already trailing in a count and have 2 strikes on you.
Interesting to see pitching coach Dave Smith for the second time since Thomas has been out there take a visit and not ask for the ball. Just having a conversation, inspiring confidence in his pitcher. Smith in his 20th season as pitching coach. So he knows a little something about what he's seeing out there. Trusting Thomas to get the big outs here in the ninth. Randy Huerta up, watches a ball in the dirt. Capadona sticking over there at first. Good job by Pettit staying in front.
Yeah, not much you can do as a catcher in a situation like that. Pettit doing all he can, trying to backhand that one, at least put his glove on it to keep it close. Fortunately, knocks it down and keeps that runner at bay.
Capadona still not going anywhere. Fastball for a strike, gunned in to make the count 1-1. Thomas with the long wait, a look over at Capadona, and hits Huerta, not what he wanted there. Huerta with the free pass over to first, stretching it out. But for the Bulldogs, it's another base runner at a pivotal time. And what it does is send Capadona over to second, Huerta to first, and Joe Jimenez will step to the plate, but Smith will not allow Thomas to face the cleanup hitter this time. Thomas will exit the game after that hit by pitch, and Harrison DeRoe gets the call here in the ninth. We'll take a quick break on Tiger Network. Another big spot coming up for the Tigers. Well, folks, we've had an electric weekend, but now some literal electricity, not the type we want to see. You see the replay that we somehow managed to capture up on the roof of the Bell Center. Lightning striking in San Antonio. We talked about the storm coming in. It's supposed to be a lot of rain tomorrow, but we just were not able to make it in time. The top of the ninth, TLU with 2 runners on base. They lead by just 1, but we'll have to take a lightning delay. Usually about 20 to 30 minutes for every strike of lightning. But we'll take a break on Tiger Network. We hope you don't go anywhere. Stick around for some updates, and we'll provide them as we get them. Well, folks, welcome back to Tiger Network. We told you it'd be fun this weekend, and we've seen a little bit of everything, including some lightning, but we are about to come back. Harrison DeRoe will take the mound. He was about to come in after the Bulldogs drew a couple of base runners here in the top of the ninth. Randy Huerta had just been hit by a pitch by Joel Thomas. He was taken out of the game by pitching coach Dave Smith, and then boom, lightning. And here we are.
It seemed like it came from out of nowhere. I know you mentioned early on in the broadcast, Brian, that the forecasts had it in there earlier on today, but we made it so deep into this one, almost forgot about it entirely, and then all of a sudden some major lightning strikes to the west of campus here in San Antonio. But after just about a 30-minute delay, things look like they're just about ready to get back underway. Runners on first and second. Harrison DeRoe coming into this game. Will be interesting to monitor that. The fact that he was fully warmed up, lightning delay occurred, and now he's back on the mound after warming up again. So interesting to see if that'll impact him in any capacity, but a little bit of a conversation happening between the umpires right now. Doesn't look like that'll impact anything as they head to their respective positions. Tyler Pettit heads back behind the plate, and Harrison DeRoe looks like he's ready to go.
Just another wild chapter in TLU versus Trinity, the rivalry that just keeps getting better with every chapter. We actually got to talk to head coach Rick Hines during the delay. The Bulldogs were down there in Webster Gym, the auxiliary gym here at the Bell Center, and he mentioned that. He's like, this is exactly what TLU Trinity needs. Just something crazy to spice it up a little bit, as if it wasn't good enough. And good enough it was. Look at the situation we're in. Joe Jimenez, the cleanup hitter. Runners on first and second. 1 out in the top of the ninth. TLU up by 1. And we're officially back in action with this DeRoe pitch. A breaking ball. Fouled towards the Tiger bullpen. Back like we never left.
Yeah, and I think really instrumental that they get this one in here today. I know there's a bunch of different options when you go into a lightning delay, especially so late at night. Do you come back and play it? Do you push it off, try and reschedule it for another day? But I think the thing you lose in that option is the intensity, and this one has been incredibly intense, especially as the Tigers have rallied as of late.
A ball misses low from DeRoe. If you're just joining us, or if you forgot what got us to this point, Bulldogs were up 4-0 after 4, and the Tigers did not put a run up on the board until the bottom of the 7th. They've scored in 2 consecutive innings to make it 4-3, and that's where we stand. DeRoe, the 1-1, a breaking ball gets Jimenez to swing over the top. A 1-2 count for DeRoe, the sophomore from Dallas, Texas. He last went 3 1/3, gave up 6 hits, 5 earned runs in Game 3 against Shriner, but he did pick up the win, his offense giving him some support up in Kerrville. Another breaking ball, this time Jimenez able to lay off.
And a great pitch from DeRoe right there. We've raved about Jimenez all weekend long and what he can do with the bat in his hands. But his last time up to the plate, he struck out on a similar-looking breaking ball from the previous Tiger pitcher, Joel Thomas. So DeRoe trying to emulate that, attacking down in the zone. He leaves that breaking ball up, and Jimenez well out in front of it, so no damage done right there. Count will stay at 2-2, but right here, DeRoe looking for some curveballs, some breaking balls, more along the lines of the first couple in this at-bat. Try and keep it at the bottom of the zone, make sure that Jimenez is just forced to put something on the ground, let the defense play behind you.
2-2 on the way. DeRoe back to the breaking ball. Jimenez not biting, though, taking the count full. DeRoe started this season as a starting pitcher, went a couple of times for the Tigers, and then the move to the bullpen where he has really thrived as of late. And he's in a huge moment here. Jimenez, the 3-2, another breaking ball, and somehow lays off of it. Incredible action, 12-6, but Jimenez, one of the best hitters in the country for a reason. He will get a walk and load the bases for Tyler Post.
Yeah, and that take makes a lot of sense right there. Jimenez striking out in his last at-bat, as we mentioned, on a similar-looking breaking ball. I don't hate what Duro tries to do right there, going back to the breaking ball. And as you mentioned, that last one was a really, really good pitch, but Jimenez just illustrating his plate discipline, his knowledge of the strike zone right there, refusing to swing at one of those pitches, making the adjustment from that previous at-bat.
Posts a big lefty, ahead 1-0. Big breaking ball, skied out to center field. Gore ranging back, and he drops the fly ball. One run comes around to score, a second on its way. The throw home, not in time. And the Bulldog dugout exploding with noise. Huerta comes around to score from second. Post ends up at second himself. And the costly drop from Ezra Gore brings 2 Texas Lutheran runs across.
Yeah, and the wind here in San Antonio playing a factor here tonight. We've seen it all weekend long from that previous view, that center field camera shaking because of it. But hard to really figure out whether it was that wind or maybe Gore out there in center field focusing a little bit too much on that runner at third base. Drifting back right there, I think you want to just ensure that you come away with a second out of the inning, knowing that that runner is probably going to score either way.
Yeah, that's what makes it tough. The run likely scores from third anyway. Capadona with tremendous speed. But now, not only do 2 runs come around to score, you have runners on second and third still with just 1 out. So the Bulldogs looking to really break things open in the 9th. Duro battles back with a strike, count 1-1.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Duro, who's done a nice job so far. Obviously issued the walk to Jimenez, but did exactly what he really needed to through competitive pitches that weren't necessarily hittable. If they were going to be put in play, they're probably going to be kept on the ground. Is exactly what happens right there, but Mets will handle it easily, and now Duro has 2 outs here in the 9th.
And you could see Mets and the infield right alongside him playing in on the edge of the grass. So this little chopper from Strelzik, perfect for Mets to field and get it over to Vonderhaar. A reminder, Mets started this game at first. Then he moved over to the hot corner with Vonderhaar coming in from right field to play first. Jack Peterson now over there in right. Everything else remains as originated with the starting lineup. And a breaking ball from Duro lands for a strike.
Yeah, and obviously a tough break in center field, but important to keep things right where they're at. 6-3 here. Saw the Tigers go down as that one's again grounded to Mets. Another easy play. Gets it on to Vonderhaar to record that final out, but still certainly well within striking distance here in the 9th inning.
Great job by Duro to limit the damage, all things considering. But the Bulldogs do extend their lead, get a little bit of insurance. Tyler Post hit it hard right on the nose, and then Ezra Gore couldn't quite come up with it. 2 runs come across to score, and the Bulldogs lead 6-3. And we were gone long enough during the delay, so we'll stick with you right here during the break. And Luke, I think we need to talk about something. Any idea?
I mean, we had our fair share of adventures. I know you ran into Michael Montreza. We saw Texas Lutheran in the auxiliary gym having some fun during the delay, but we got our hands dirty, Brian.
That's right. Don't ever say that broadcasters don't pull the tarp. I heard there's video of it somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe we don't want to see it. Maybe we do. But the team, nowhere to be found during the delay. Luke and I, being good investigative reporters, we're out there. We're risking ourselves in the environment, the lightning striking. And Coach Dave Smith asked us, hey, can you help us pull the tarp? So out we go. Dave Smith, Tim Scannell, Andrew Waters, Luke Terry, myself, Brian Jenselson, and Matt Thomas. We mentioned Matt, former Tiger pitcher. Just 6 of us, and we pulled the tarp. And the players said that it's one of the hardest things they do. They need the whole team out there to pull the tarp, and we did it with 6.
Yeah, I mean, I was breathing a little heavy as things were happening, but I think perhaps the most spectacular thing is that neither of us, Brian, ended up underneath the tarp I think that for a moment was maybe a little bit of a concern in my mind.
We should be tremendously proud of ourselves. I think you're exactly right. I think we both expected us to fall, but we didn't, and we're still here. But what is falling now, the rain, with the tarp not on the field that we were just talking about. Evan McDonald coming in to pinch hit for Jack Wisniewski, and he faces Blake Capadona, who, before the lightning delay, got what could turn out to be the defining strikeout of this one. He came in with a 4-3 lead. Brian Schaub at the plate representing the go-ahead run, and Capadona struck Schaub out on 3 pitches, 3 curveballs. And with everything that's transpired since, and with the rain now coming down, it could be that saved the game for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The way Capadona's come out in this at-bat, jumping ahead 0-2 on 3 pitches. He's dropped a couple of breaking balls in on that outside corner yet again. It's something the Tiger hitters have struggled with really all day. That pitch on that outside bottom corner of the zone, especially to these righties.
McDonald lays off of one in the dirt, and Luke, you were front and center for the heroics of Evan McDonald last night.
Yeah, what was an absolute mammoth shot. Cleared the scoreboard in left field, well up in the trees out there towards the swimming pool and tower. He's showing the same fight that he illustrated in that bat right here, fouling off a couple of pitches, making Capadona work and proving that he's going to have to throw something in the middle of the plate or in on McDonald's hands if he wants to get him out right here.
For McDonald, it was his second career home run as a Tiger. The senior transfer from Prairie View A&M. He lines it up the middle off the pitcher and into left field. McDonald fired up, leading things off with a single, and the Tigers not going away quietly in the 9th.
Yeah, and McDonald showing the same fiery passion that he showed last night when he hit that big 2-run shot. But this is exactly what the Tigers needed right here. Go back to that foul ball from moments ago. Just the presence and the character he has when he's standing in the batter's box. He lets the pitcher know that he's there. He certainly did with that hot shot right off of Capadona's feet. But right now, important for Pettit to just keep things going, keeping the ball hard on the ground through the infield. What's most important, just trying to pass the baton and hopefully score a couple of runs.
Capadona jumps ahead of Pettit, 0-2. Pettit grounded out to short his first time up, struck out in the 5th. And then a walk in the 7th as you see the Tiger Network crew continuing to brave the elements. Our cameraman Reed dealing with the rain. But we are committed to bringing you all the action here. Pettit awaiting the 0-2. And he lifts it high in the air, deep to left, and it's out of here. Tyler Pettit with a 2-run shot. And the deficit is down to 1.
And I know I said we want to pass the batons here, but you'll never be upset if Tyler Pettit's going to deliver like that. Another absolute no-doubter, even through the wind and the rain here in San Antonio. That one, I think we both knew was gone off the bat, cutting this 3-run deficit just 1 here in the bottom of the 9th. He'll don that cowboy hat as he heads back into the dugout and just breathing life back into this Tiger batting order.
Pettit going down and getting that one down in the zone. Sanchez could do nothing but look at it land beyond the outfield. And still nobody out here in the bottom of the 9th. Jack Vonderhaar steps to the plate. And we just couldn't ask for anything more. Look at that. The Trinity Tower taking in the rain. Vonderhaar takes in a strike. It's literally raining cats and dogs, Tigers, Bulldogs, in the rain in San Antonio. Quite the finale we have on our hands on Tiger Network. Breaking ball misses low, and with every pitch, the cheers from either dugout. Right now, it's the Tiger dugout making the most noise.
Yeah, and just the way things have flipped. This offense absolutely changing the script up here in the bottom of the 9th. Texas Lutheran scratches a couple across in the top of the inning on a ball that was just a tough, unfortunate play out there in center field. But very quickly, this team, again, illustrating that never say quit, refusing to lay down and die. Everyone on that dugout up on their feet as the rain continues to pour here in San Antonio.
Vonderhaar fouls off one that may have been a little low, could have been ball 4. So the count full. We talked about it with DeRoe coming in after he had been warm from the bullpen, but he had not thrown a pitch in the game. Capadona, though, struck out Schaub, then had to wait all this time. Can he recover? That breaking ball slips out of his hands and hits Vonderhaar right in the helmet.
Vonderhaar looks to be fine right there, but certainly have to imagine that the conditions here in San Antonio really playing a factor right now. It looks like.
And look who's coming in to pinch run. Our featured superstar over there in the bullpen making phenomenal catches now. Cedric Bowman in to run for Jack Vonderhaar. And Christian Holloway, the pinch hitter, coming in for Mike Montreza. Coach Scannell going to his bench, trying to make something happen. And for Bowman, his appearance on the base paths will hopefully result in a dash home. You see fans taking cover behind home. It is really coming down now. Breaking ball misses high and away.
We mentioned Cedric coming in, that pinch runner at first base, but don't expect him to be on the move right here. I think it's a nice move from Coach Scannell, bringing him on. Great speed on the base paths, but I think he's on in hopes of a ball getting down in the gap. He's someone like Ezra Gore that can score from first in an instance like that, but he might not need to, as Christian Holloway working this at bat way ahead. I'm sure he's going to have the bat taken out of his hands, won't have the green light right here, with the potential to push Cedric on over to second base.
That ball misses, and that's a 4-pitch walk. Christian Holloway, the potential game-winning run at first. Bowman advances to second. And for Bowman, this is his first appearance as a Tiger. The junior coming in and hoping to make a little magic happen on the base paths. He's from Fort Worth, Texas. And Blake Capadona will not get the chance to keep things going. Rick Hines has seen enough. He goes to his coveted closer, Blade Strelzik, to try to rein in the Tigers. What a moment we have coming up on Tiger Network. Couldn't script this any better in Hollywood.
Absolutely not. See the rain just absolutely coming down in sheets right now. Strelzik warming up through it.
Please show him, please.
He was the pitcher that came into the game last night. Gave up a couple of home runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Going to have to avoid that at all costs right here, as the Tigers already have 2 on board. That would mean game over here in San Antonio.
Strelzik has been dominant for the Bulldogs this year. Coming into the weekend, he had 6 saves in 14 innings of work. He does have a 1-2 record, though, and that's what tends to happen when you are the go-to man in the 9th. But Rick Hines saying having someone like Blade Strelzik is so monumental, hard to describe what having a closer like him does. But he'll be tested here. Not only does he come in with runners on first and second, not only is it raining, but he has to face the top of the Tiger order, MJ Metz. And not the only pinch runner at second, Cedric Bowman. New runner at first as well, Trey Verver coming in. All sorts of changes here. Why not? Whole cast of characters for this incredible Hollywood movie we're living in.
Verver comes in as a guy, true freshman in this program, someone that's played, spent a little bit of time in right field this season. Not sure he has the same level of speed as Cedric over there at second or a guy like Ezra Gore, but certainly a step up in comparison to Christian Holloway, who did his job in just getting on base in his at-bat.
Close one again. This time goes against the Tigers, and you see Mets having a conversation. So the count 1-1 to Mets. Chops it foul over the Tiger dugout.
And now 1-2, assuming that Strelzik's going to continue to just pound that curveball, that breaking ball, force MJ Mets to put a ball in play, hoping that it's going to stay on the ground for Mets. Exact opposite, just try and put something over the head of these infielders. If you get a hanging breaking ball, you might have a chance to end it.
Instead, it's a changeup from Strelzik. Mets not able to connect with it. And Mets now 0 for 5 on the evening, his third strikeout. Big punch out for Strelzik, but still a threat emerging. Colt Harris will come up to bat. Tying run at second, Cedric Bowman. Go ahead winning run at first, Trey Verver. First pitch to Harris, chopped to second. Vasquez flips to Jimenez, on to first. Double play. And out number 3. And just like that, the Bulldogs pull out a victory in San Antonio as it pours from the sky. Strelzik somehow comes on and gets the outs.
And I think that's the biggest concern after Mets goes down swinging in the previous at-bat. You got runners on first and second, and both of them run well, but any ball in the infield has proved really, really detrimental for this Tiger offense all night long. It's been Jimenez up the middle at shortstop, who's been solid all day, all weekend really, with as well as Vasquez over there at second. They connect there again. Unfortunate right there to end this one after all of the momentum swung in the direction of the Tigers.
We'll get one more look at this replay. The rain coming down in sheets. Harris swinging at the first pitch. He grounds it to Vasquez, turns it to Jimenez, and post gets the throw right in time. The umpire right there to make the call. And this defense, we've talked about it all weekend, that has come through for Texas Lutheran, and it comes through in the biggest moment of this series for them to steal a victory from the Tigers.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here today is perhaps an improvement in situational hitting that needs to happen going into the conclusion of this season, the conference tournament, hopefully an NCAA tournament run as well. You don't see a whole lot of teams at this level turning double plays up the middle as consistently as TLU did tonight, but when they do, you need to be cognizant of that, especially in a situation at the end of the game where you have force outs on the infield. You have one out on the board already. You can come up to the bats. You can come up to the plate swinging in a situation like that, but have to ensure that you're putting the ball in the air. You're trying to find a way through the infield. Soft contact right there, just not going to cut it.
So much to talk about, but it is about that time. It is the final broadcast on Tiger Network of this baseball season. It has been truly an honor to call Tiger baseball all year. Luke Terry, myself, Brian Jenselson, and every single person in the control room working the cameras. You see, braving the rain, braving the lightning, all to bring you the best action possible. It's been truly, again, an honor to call it all year, and we'll miss it. It's been a lot of fun, but it is time to wrap up this Sunday night and this 2022 campaign on Tiger Network, and we'll leave you off with one final message about Coach Bob. Message comes from Dave Smith, who says, what would Message do? That's what he asks himself when he's a coach. And so we'll leave you off with that message. Have a wonderful Sunday night and a wonderful rest of your week.
He just made competing more fun, and ultimately that's really the definition of what a coach is supposed to do. And so I definitely think of him often, and when I'm stuck on what to do, it's pretty easy to think, well, what would Coach Message do? And that answer is usually the right answer. So